have a chance. You goddamn crocodile! Go back to the fucking Florida! Go back to the Florida, you fucking crocodile! Disgusting.
What's up, guys? A little bit of taste for the new reaction I added on there at the end there for today. What's up? Of course, this is the Legal Mindset. We teach you to be your own judge. I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney, checking into you from Bangkok, Thailand, here in Asia. And we are having a wonderful night tonight. I took a 24-hour quote-unquote break. Of course, those that know me and also those that may be in the Discord, right, or out there on X know that my breaks aren't really breaks. I am always doing work. I have other jobs. I don't just YouTube all the time. I have about 3 other major jobs that I do, things that I do. So I was taking care of business for that, in addition to getting a clip out and preparing another video, which unfortunately it's not ready yet. So I have been highly, highly requested to make a video on 101 for the Nijisanji versus Dokibird and explaining it to people that know nothing about the crisis, that know nothing about what happened and went down, people who are 100% normies who don't know about VTubing at all. So I started to do that. I did the recording today, but when I went to, get it edited, I thought I could rush it. I could get it out before this video, or I could take my time, and I'd rather take my time and get it out sometime tomorrow, maybe, and do a better job so that it's a higher quality product. So I'm going to take a little bit more time to finish that, to make it a better product, to make it really, really good with edits. So that's something I'm going to be working on tonight after this stream, so that people can understand, because a lot of folks that are on my channel, that are on this channel, they may not know at all about it. And it is something that is that they need to be educated on. And they've asked me specifically to help educate them on. Guys, as you filter in here today, please spam the monkey emoji in the chat. I see Tom Brooks spamming it right there. Let me pin some of these. Let me pin one of these for a second. Guys, please spam your monkey emojis in the chat, because like Devil Cookie here, got some monkeys. Make sure you spam those monkeys, because I got my first art finished. That's from a new artist, so I wanted to see how they were doing. But I think the monkey looks good. Let me put here in the chat, and let's play the clip, just because
Fighting monkey.
So obviously we're done, but do you like the monkey? It's really a yes or no. Do you like the monkey emoji? Yes or no? Hopefully you guys all like it. Also, Tank Rat with the big 50. Thank you so much. Says, thanks, Andrew and Gator, for fucking getting me sucked in the rabbit hole of VTuber. Last night I ended up watching Pippa and Ari clips. F you! Yes! Shout out to the Pippa and Ari clips. And also shout out to 50 Legal Mindset memberships for you, Tank Rat. Thank you so much for the 50 and the 50. You absolutely are winning today, and I appreciate that. And guys, please say thank you to Tank Rat for that tonight, because it's absolutely awesome to see that level of support. So thank you, Tank Rat. Honestly, I had no idea how base the waifus could be, but we're gonna get into that tonight. For sure. But yeah, thank you so much, everybody supporting, and everyone has come with me on this ride. I know that not everybody is into this topic that's from my normal crowd, my Disney crowd, but it's actually surprising. I've had people, for example, reach out to me and say, I was following you for the Disney stuff, but let's say they have a son or a daughter. They'll say, well, my son loves you because of Dokibird stuff. So they're saying my son was really interested in the Dokibird stuff, but I'm watching you for the Disney. And it's really weird, that intergenerational connection here on the Legal Mindset. Fuzzy Skeleton gifted 20 Legal Mindset memberships. Thank you so much for that. And guys, please say thank you to Muzzy and Tank Rat for supporting this, especially if you got one of those gift memberships. It is absolutely great. We're at 1,260 people in the chat, and we are just kicking it up here today. So make sure you like this video as you come in, share it out, and we're going to get started here shortly. So the order of the day today is twofold. For the first part, I will be doing sort of a presentation, very, very academic. I try to keep things academic sometimes, on some takeaways. I think I came up with eight major takeaways from this last week, which I want to go over because I've learned a lot this week, and I really wanted to take a minute, take a beat to think about what I've learned and what I've learned about VTubing coming in the last week covering Nijisanji and Selen. So this is not necessarily a summary of the event. That'll be a separate video. I'm going to try to make that separately, like I said, for people, a 101, Nijisanji for idiots version, which is very good for your 39 IQ folks. But today we're going to go with what are the takeaways? What have I learned from covering this? And what have I learned about the VTubing industry in general? And then for the second half, we are going to watch a PR professor who reacted to the Nijisanji Dokibird disaster. And I think this will be fun because this particular channel is a tiny channel, a very tiny channel, but they put out good content. And I want to support small channels that have at least good content. I mean, it seems like it's good content. We'll see. I haven't actually listened to this, so I have no clue. I have zero clue what's in here. All I see that there's apparently a PR professor. So we'll see whether what they say I agree with or don't agree with. So I'm going to review that live. But at least it seems to me that they're adding something to the conversation. And I'm going to talk about that today. What is adding to the conversation? What is clout chasing? What is clout jacking? What's the big difference between that? Thank you so much. Your average cookie 46. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate that. And Mazo Zrapalma, thank you for the 10 Legal Mindset memberships, helping people out, making this a sea of green here on the Legal Mindset. Really, really appreciate you. And then last, Mommy Rima, welcome as a member. And thank you also for the super chats and for the support of the channel, Mommy Rina, because I've noticed that. Senpai's noticed that. Also, real quick comment. As for all of the recommendations, so last time I had a clip recommendation palooza, and I had about 20 or so unread chats. What I'm going to do is I will do a catch-up. I will do a dedicated catch-up stream. It will not be tonight because I will need to work on I need to work on this video. I need to do some editing. So this tonight, we're gonna do this presentation. We're gonna view the video. We'll kind of keep it a little bit tighter. It's gonna be less than 9 hours tonight. I guarantee less than 9 hours. Could be 8, but it won't be 9. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back and I'm going to get all those clips. Now, going forward, if you've got a clip and you want me to play it, it's going to be orange and up for clips, just because I cannot handle the amount of clips if you're trying to suggest a clip that I play. And also, it's got to be under 3 minutes. That's going to be the two things. So I'll do it the same stream if it's orange and up, and if it's under 3 minutes, I'll play it. If it's just like any other, I'll take it as a suggestion. Like if I have time, so if it's a green or it's a blue and I have time, I'll do it. But if not, it's more like you're suggesting me something to watch maybe on my own time. So just to understand, I can't handle that many clips because by the time that the clips come in and I watch it, we've got 10 other requests, and that's an infinite loop. It's an infinite generation loop. So, but that said, I really appreciate all the clips, and I also appreciate all you guys that sent me clips by email. I just want to say thank you very much. Zatai Ryoki, welcome as a member, and Mazrova Palma says, I like how you pronounce my nickname. No problem. For the 100 Czech krona. Appreciate that. Dobre rano, to my Czech friends. I had a really good time. I had a good friend from Ostrava. And I really, really enjoyed my time in Czech. It was really fun. 60 watt. Oh, 60 watt. Andrew, VTuber, Florida lawman, Esquire, bringing families together one lawsuit at a time. Well, speaking of which, I think I made the announcement on X, but maybe some of you missed it. So I am officially getting my PNG created right now. So I am going to start out as a PNG tuber. So that is absolutely in the process of being made right now. I had that started on yesterday. Now it can take up to a week, but I wanted to start with that just to see if I like the model, if it works, so that if I change it, it's not a huge expensive change, and then I can upgrade over time. If I like that, I like the way the model is, you guys like it, we can just upgrade that and just change it into 2D or 3D, whatever, right? But just start with the PNG and then move up, because it seems like it's simple, easy to implement. And what I'm going to do is I will have a second channel, and everything on that second channel, I will do the PNG tubing, right? So everything on the second channel will be PNG, and this channel, Legal Mindset, will be flush tubing. So we're going to keep it. We're going to keep it both. I will still cover VTuber issues on this channel, but mainly when they're big issues, not just like random issues or random reviews or historical stuff. That's going to be on my second channel. I'll have more information on that in the near future, so don't worry. That's going to come out probably in the next couple days when I get time to go review the channel, rebrand it, kind of clean it up a little bit, clean up the links. When I get to do all that stuff, you're going to see, and you guys will know firsthand. And even in the beginning, I'll probably post a little bit more on here, just so you guys know, or maybe on both channels. I'll post videos on both channels so you guys understand what's going on. So yeah, we're doing it. We're definitely doing it. You guys got me to the goals that I wanted to get to. You got me over 125, 130K. And I said, I'd do it if I do. If you could do it, if you guys got me there, and I'm there. And we're getting great stream numbers. We're getting over, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 people. That's kind of where I want to be. And I think a lot of you do appreciate like a professional take on things, even not just Dokibird, but also going back historically. I've got a lot of research I need to do on Russia, as well as, going back and checking into other things like the Zion thing that I'm going to go back and look at in the light of specific labor law. But yeah, especially with Russia and Mafu and all that stuff, I'm going to be looking at that. And that's certainly a deep dive, maybe even a multi-episode deep dive. But that's the sort of thing that you do, over time, the sort of thing that requires you to really, really go into it. And there will be more emojis as well, guys. So don't worry about that. Einhander, thank you for the 5 Legal Mindset memberships, and Supernova Bombastic, as well as Kingslayer Ascension. Welcome to the Legal Mindset, the base Legal Mindset, the best membership out there on the internet. Zacho Person says Pakora confirmed a couple days ago her monkey is live. Yes, indeed. We'll go to X right now and see about Pakora's monkey, because this is, of course, very, very, very vital. It's very important that we make sure that this is still there, because, of course, as you all well know, Pakora's monkey is also my paralegal. Pakora's monkey is all my paralegal. And as I stand by this statement, Pakora's monkey still better than $8 an hour Nijisanji legal support. Still better. And I love how Pakora posted this, because everyone was asking, like, is the monkey alive? And they were assuming the monkey is dead. And I'm like, no, of course it's alive. Come on, guys.
Monkey.
Like, of course it's still alive. Enterprise says, hey, legal question. Phase Connect is a Canadian VTuber company, but they have several talents that live in Japan. Whose copyright laws will the VTubers follow, Japan or Canada? It depends on their contract. If they were smart, they would make them follow Canadian law because they're a Canadian company. So if they were smart, they would do that. And I'm assuming they do. So my presumption would be that Canada in the contract has stipulated that the Canadian IP law is there. Since the company is based there, since the company owns the assets, the company owns the IP, I'm presuming it would be Canada. That is my presumption. Of course, that is a presumption, not based on knowledge. And by the way, not asserting I'm a Japanese or Canadian lawyer, which, by the way, I'm going to bring this up again later. But it's very funny how you can say something like 100 million times and people still don't listen. It's very, very, very funny. Trey 11. Thank you so much. Hiro Meritsu. I got something in my eye real quick. Kind of bled that out for TRY11. TRY, is that like Turkish? Could it be Turkish lira? But anyways, appreciate you. Thank you for that. Also, Inner Evil, got it. Says, if you have any time today, Twitch Rivals is a fun watch. There's a video day and another stream at Pad 2 Past. So how about this? I'll review it, and if it's something for me to do afterwards, I will get to it. But we've got a lot to get through today. This is not a slacking day. It's not an off day today. So let's jump right into it. Getting past the funky monkey and into the presentation. So once again, Professor Legal Mindset stepping in here, and we are gonna, so put on your thinking caps, sit down, get yourselves in line, don't be
Disgusting.
behave yourselves, and we are going to have a great lesson here today. So here we go with 8 lessons learned, 8 things that I took away from the Nijisanji EN and Dokibird Tatsuki, Selen Tatsuki / Dokibird situation, the lessons I have learned. These are all important. And of course, these are all things I learned, not just from looking at the crisis itself, but the coverage of the crisis. So this is the first one, and one I want to really hammer home to you guys, particularly the VTubers in the audience and the people that are that really big into the VTube audience. This is the number one thing I wanted to start with, and I think it's the most important, which is the vast majority of people do not understand VTubing. Let me just begin this real quick. The most people do not understand VTubing. Now, I don't view this as a bad thing necessarily. This is not a bad thing. I just want to explain that most people do not even know about it at all. And once again, this can be good or bad, because it can be bad because, well, you want people to be able to adequately address these issues. And part of the issue with the law is that the law doesn't know how to handle this because the judges may have never even heard of this. The lawmakers may have never heard of this. The senators may not have heard of this. So how can we pass laws that take care of folks that are VTubing if we do not know about them? How can we protect the talent if we don't even know about the talent? That's a bad side. The good side is, frankly, when everybody knows about something, there can be problems, there can be issues, there can be people getting in with bad intent, there can be people coming in, and dropping messages like Yellow Flash talking about Tifa's boobs, right? What's up, Flash? I appreciate you. Says, after losing some money, Square's become based again. Tifa's boobs dominate my timeline now. Yes, indeed. We'll take a look later. But going back to that, though, many people have asked me for that video explaining what is VTubing. They really don't know. They genuinely want me to educate them, because now, after 1 week of being in this, apparently I am of the resource, right? Apparently I can explain this to people. So now I have to pass this information on that even I am still learning. I don't claim to know everything about VTubing yet, but I know a hell of a lot more than I did a year ago. And I'll say I've put in, I think hours and hours of education, probably this week, 60 to 70 hours of educating myself on VTubing, which is a lot. It's a lot. But I needed to put that in to feel like I could speak on this intelligently, that I could speak on this with any level of information. So this is a big one. And I think this leads to the second point, and that since people don't know about it, let me go here. YouTubers gonna YouTube. YouTubers are people, and most YouTubers don't know about VTubing. And this is both an issue and it's an issue more. It's more of it is an issue because after watching the coverage for the last week, I really realized that a lot of the people that even try to cover it don't know what the hell they're talking about. They don't know what they're trying to address. They're talking about it like maybe it's a video game, or maybe like it's a TV show, or maybe like it's a movie, but they don't really get it. They're not fully understanding it. And then beyond that, most of the YouTube content that ends up covering it is having very low IQ, one might say 39 IQ conversations. A lot of it is just pointing and yelling, right? Pointing and screaming, and not having a good conversation. And my point in joining this conversation was not to say, look, I know better than everybody else out there. In fact, we're going to watch a video from a PR professor today, and we'll see whether or not they know better, right? I'm willing to learn from other people that may learn better. But the point is to elevate the conversation. But if we're just pointing and saying your mama's so fat, that's not actually elevating the conversation, guys. And what I saw is mainly 2 things. I've seen 2 things from YouTube on this. One is the parable of sour grapes. So I'm going to read this to you. It's a very old Aesop's fable. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this or not, but this is about the fox and the grapes. So this fox has a longing for grapes. He jumps, but the bunches still escape. So he goes away sour, and 'tis said to this hour, he declares he has no taste for grapes. So what this means is, because the fox cannot get the grapes, he thinks, okay, the grapes are sour, the grapes are distasteful, because he cannot reach them, because he cannot do it. And so they say, oh, well, because I can't cover this, because I don't know about this, it's stupid. It's dumb. Because I have no idea what it is, it's dumb. This is one of the stupidest takes I've taken out there, and it ignores the fact that regardless of whether people like it or not, VTubing is here to stay. It's not going anywhere, and it's one of the biggest things in the world. Just looking at even YouTube channels, which I always knew this, but I needed a reminder. The biggest YouTube channels in Japan, VTubers. Some of the biggest channels worldwide, VTubers. Some of the fastest growing areas, VTubing. It's something where if you try to just dismiss it, you try to just say something, maybe you say something offhand, maybe you say something like, oh, it's just for kids or it's for children, or, I've heard things as ridiculous as it's about cuteness, and cuteness was invented by the Nazis, like stuff like that. And once again, wild, crazy stuff. You're just doing the sour grapes route. You're not trying to understand it. You're not doing due diligence, and it makes you look silly. It makes you look like a fool. The other part is, and this is another part with the hamster. I got the little Hamtaro over here, and that is these smaller channels, which in an attempt to get clout, in an attempt to chase clout, they just attack the people covering it. So they just come at people, and they come at you for covering it. They might have 100 subs, 200 subs, whatever, but they just need to attack you for the sake of attacking you, and they're not adding anything to the conversation. They're just attacking, right? Oh, people are saying that's not Hamtaro. Oh, did I make a huge mistake? Did I make a huge mistake? Well, whatever. It's still kawaii as hell. Okay, calm down, guys. The point is that this hamster is actually too cute to represent YouTubers, but the point is, these are usually very small channels that their only point of attacking is to attack, right? They just want to point and attack without adding anything to the conversation. And my quintessential definition of clout chasing is people that are just attacking and not adding to the conversation. They're not trying to elevate it. They're not trying to make it a better conversation. They're not listening. They're just attacking, right? That to me is clout chasing. That to me is clout gobbling. They're just pointing a finger and they're yelling, and they're not adding any substance to the argument. They're just saying, well, this is this, and I'm not going to tell you why, but I don't like this guy, or I don't like his face, or he's weird, or whatever, without actually adding to the conversation, right? Or they'll add an ad hominem attack. They'll attack you personally. They'll make accusations. They'll threaten you. And I will say, sometimes this can probably come, especially in the VTuber context, from folks that are probably Nijisanji fans. So, all those Vox Akuma fans that got mad, about saying that Vox Akuma opened himself up to liability when he said he thoroughly reviewed the documents. I know that hurts, but how about you talk about whether or not he did thoroughly review the documents and make an argument for whether he did, instead of just coming out there and kind of mindlessly simping or mindlessly attacking without debunking the arguments. Because if you haven't debunked the argument, well, the argument still stands. You need to be able to debunk the argument. You need to propose a counter. You need to be able to comprehensively answer. If you can't do that, you're just out there being negative, and you're not adding anything to the YouTube conversation. And frankly, when I came into this topic, I was afraid to cover it because I thought I would just be the hamster. I did not want to come into this topic and be the hamster. I am afraid of being a hamster, and I'm 2 meters tall. I'm 6'6". And I'm afraid of being a hamster because I don't want to be just a person who's yelling or complaining or saying something crazy and not adding something to the conversation. I think that's not good, but I think that's a lot of people out there. And so just so you know, for the record, guys, my channel policy is I ignore those people. They are not worth acknowledging. They're not worth coming at. They're just getting ignored, particularly the ones that just have nothing to add to the conversation. So, that's my general general thing. All right. Lesson number 3. And now we're getting a little legal. Right now we're getting a little legal. And yes, I'm tall as hell. Anybody who's seen me at Anime Matsuri knows I'm very tall. So number 3 The existing remedies are insufficient. What do I mean by this? What I mean is the things we have on the record are not good enough to handle the VTubing issues. VTubing issues are too complex for what we have right now. For example, right now, the only thing we have, when I say remedy, I mean litigation. Litigation, court, is not the good. It's not what we need here. And I've said this and I'll say it again. As a lawyer, litigation is not the answer here. Dokibird loses in litigation even if she wins the case. Why do I say that? She might spend more money than she wins. She might not be able to collect any money she wins. She might be emotionally, psychologically scarred from the litigation. It also could blow the anonymity. That is not a good remedy with litigation. It's just not good. It's a bad remedy. So what they need is another option. There's two things I can think of that are better, and then I may be able to think of more. The first option is arbitration, some form of arbitration. Now, I know a lot of people don't like that, but what I want to say is there can be a truly neutral arbiter, a genuinely fair arbiter, which, by the way, I would say needs to be outside of Japan, not in Japan, outside of Japan, right? Which is applying this law internationally. That is saying we're going to apply this internationally. This is going to be a binding arbitration, and we're going to come talk about this in light of international principles of law. We're going to reconcile these, and we're going to see what is fair, what is just, and come to a just resolution. These things need to be arbitrated. I think more than litigated, and something that's not going to put a bunch of costs on both of the parties. I think that will allow them to exit these things well, and will also place a cone of silence, essentially putting these guys in a silent state rather than going out there and talking when they don't know what's talking. By the way, I love all the monkeys in the chat. It's much appreciated. All I see in the chat right now is
Fighting monkey とかさ。
appreciate y'all. So the other solution number 2, is local companies and subsidiaries. So with local companies and subsidiaries, here's my argument. The more countries we have VTubing organizations in, so we've got, of course, Faith Connect in Canada, right? Let's have some American. Let's have some in other countries, Australia, Britain, wherever else. And people will go to those companies or corporations. But other things is these companies should have local subsidiaries, and they should actually have to have a physical office if they're taking up on those employees. And so there's some remedy against that local office and that local subsidiary, right? So that would be a solution. Now, of course, the solution number 2 is more of a long term. And I think that's where this will go in the long term. That's my prediction. Long term, we will get this. But as a temporary stopgap, I think arbitration would be a good thing. But obviously, diversification is going to be good as well. So both of these are potential remedies for the current problem, which is international litigation is prohibitively expensive. And last, it's impartially balanced towards Japan. The Japanese law and the Japanese copyright law, everything else that ends up defaulting to Japan, the breach of contract, which is going to be contractually stipulated to go to Japan, that is much more against the talent that's international than the company itself. That's not fair. That's not fair. I'm just going to say it's not okay that all of the work is being done by the talent outside of Japan, but yet they've got to drag themselves all the way across the Pacific just to litigate. Not cool. And look, I love Japan. I have many friends in Japan. I'll visit Japan again. I'll probably be in Japan in April. I'm probably going to be in Japan for April. Hopefully I can get the tail end of Sakura season. And I love it. I love Japan. I love Japanese people. I eat sushi fucking 3 times a week. Probably have mercury poisoning right now. Point is that I can tell you even with all that Japan partiality that the law as it stands is too biased towards Japan, and that's a problem. It's a problem for international people. Next, this is the big one. The VTube industry is still growing. Some of these problems I've seen with Nijisanji is because of the industry just being too small, right? If this was larger, then I would have an issue. But this is not. This is very, very small. So, and the industry is small by comparison to larger industries. So what I'm saying is that the VTubing industry is still growing. It's growing exponentially, though. It's actually 450% growth since 2020. So it's getting bigger. But because it's not mature yet. It hasn't developed mechanisms to do things like handle disputes properly. It also hasn't developed mechanisms for things like PR, communications, etc. And that's what brings us into this, which is some corporations, right, are still unprepared to handle VTubers properly. And you can see that with corporations. We've covered Nijisanji, also cover Vector, right? They're not really prepared to cover VTubers properly. They're kind of handling VTubers like they would handle like artists or something else, right? That's just what's going on there. That's just what's going on there. So yeah, I don't think they're very equipped for that. So if we look at these different areas, public relations, communications, legal support, data privacy, and shareholders, in all of these specific areas, every single one of these areas, you see potential issues with the Nijisanji drama, right? So let's start with public relations and communications. These kind of go hand in hand, but they're also different, right? Public relations can deal with public statements. Communications can deal not just with public communications or things on social media like X, for example, but also it can deal with X. It can deal with not just X, sorry, social media. It can deal with emails, DMs, the way you're communicating with your talent. Putting stuff on Twitter is not professional. Posting a termination notice is not professional. This is not cut up to handling VTubers. This may be okay for idols. This may be okay for other types of things, but for VTubers, this should not be the standard. The standard should not be posting a termination notice on X, right? That should not be how you find out about your job being over, right? Or the reasons for your termination. That ain't right. That ain't right. X/Twitter, whatever you guys want to call it. Legal support. The laws are not clear here. They need to be more. There needs to be more clarity. There needs to be more clarity in terms of the choice of venue, and also I think they need the lawyers to talk to the other branches. This is the biggest thing. My biggest legal issue is that I don't think, number one, lawyers were always involved. I think lawyers were not always involved with Nijisanji. And I think the lawyers were not talking to their communications and PR people. I don't think they were communicating. And as corporate counsel, like that's what I did often. And I think, and I was in a mature industry. I was in hospitality and hotels, right? So obviously, when I was working in a Fortune 500 company, legal was talking with PR. We had a very good relationship. Marketing loved me. They were my best friends because they know I'm trying to keep them out of trouble. They know I'm trying to protect them. We were not working at each other's odds, but in this case, it seemed like PR was undermining legal. These guys were not talking, and they certainly weren't synthesizing it to the CEO. Like just all the parts were not coming together. Now it could be because they hired $8 an hour labor, or which isn't even as good as Pecora's monkey. But that aside, I think even if they did have decent legal representation, they just weren't communicating, and that's a big problem. It's a huge problem. Data privacy. I think we've had some issues here which are heavily implicated. It is heavily implied, although not proven. It is still speculative. But it is heavily implied that there were breaches of data privacy. Okay. So it is very, very, in fact, I would say it is more likely than not that we had a breach of data privacy and data privacy laws, whether in Japan, whether in Canada. I think there's definite breaches of data privacy issues. And that's a big thing. They did not handle these VTuber companies did not handle data well. And they need to handle data in light of the fact that the VTubers' identities should be protected. The VTubers' information should be protected really jealously, because that's an important part of the community. And lastly, the shareholders. I think there's a lot of room for shareholder lawsuits here because, especially in the Nijisanji sense, because of their shareholder filing, because of what they said publicly. I think, honestly, if they wanted to bring a shareholder suit, that would be something that would be feasible, right? Potentially, maybe, right? Maybe. I'm just saying maybe, speculating here. But I think they didn't consider the shareholders' perspective here. What does this look like to shareholders? Negligible? Yeah, not negligible. This has been anything but negligible. The impact of this has been titanic, if only from a PR standpoint, even if there's no legal consequence. Forget about legal. even if it's just damage to your PR and your name of your corporation, your brand. That's been massive. People wanting to leave, people not signing with Nijisanji. That's big enough. That's not negligible. When top talent doesn't want to sign with you, that's not good. It's not good. The termination will be financially negligible. I mean, that is very much usable against Nijisanji. And that's where shareholders come in and they really screwed that up. It shows they don't know what they're talking about, right? That they were not prepared to handle VTubers because they thought that they could get away with saying something like negligible in a disclosure. And that's just not true. And this is lesson number 6. And this is actually a really a white pill. It's a really big white pill, guys, which is that the majority of the VTubing community is positive if respected, right? Now, I want to say real quick that there's been so much outpouring of love, support, thanks. It's overwhelming. The vast majority of people, by and large, on all channels have been positive, have been respectful, have been nice, have been complimentary. This is something that has been good for everybody. And I do think that there's been good that's come of it and positive that's come of talking about this in terms of spreading awareness and also talking about the relevant issues. So I think the majority of this has been positive. Now, that's not to say that there aren't certain things that should be mentioned. So, for example, as a person who's coming into this community, as a person who's learned about this, the norms of the VTubing community are not obvious at first glance. So, like, for example, stuff like talking about past lives or acknowledging PLs, it's not something that is going to it's going to be great, right? So obviously that's not going to go down well with most people if you're acknowledging PLs. I think this one is an exception. We talked about this. Dokibird Santetsuki is going to be obviously an exception, right? But yeah, it's if you came in and just acknowledge PLs and stuff like that, that's going to get you really, really in trouble with this community. So also stuff like perceived doxing and stuff like that. I didn't realize how big of an issue that was until I came in. And I didn't realize the stuff that might be considered that's on the edge that people may consider doxing, but that's not, right? There's a lot of stuff in this community that's very, very specific. And I wouldn't have thought about it at first glance, right? Because for me, mind you guys, before I came into this community, my definition of doxing was people giving away people's home address. That was doxing to me, right? So it's telling the police where you are. And then generally I'm used to people being swatted or something like that, or having, hateful stuff sent to them or et cetera, et cetera. But now this community has a different norm. That's the expansion of that goes further into just even acknowledging PLs unless PLs are meant to be acknowledged, like in the Selen and Dokibird situation. Next, there are subdivisions like any other group. Obviously, just like in any other group, there's subdivisions. There's always divisions. And VTubing has gotten big enough where there can be subdivisions in the fandom as well, where people like one thing or another. People think one thing or another is okay. It's a very interesting way where there's subdivisions. And I think you need to acknowledge those coming in, and you need to have some basic awareness of the subdivisions within the community when you come in. And my last point here, gatekeeping can be good. I've said this on my other streams. I said this on a 40K stream I did with Arch. And I very much stand by this. When I say gatekeeping can be good, what I mean is it is important to defend those norms. And by the way, I don't take offense when somebody tells me about the norms and tells me not to do this. I'm okay with that as long as the first time I make the mistake, you're generally forgiving of it. But if it's something that continues, right, then that's a problem, right? If you do it once in the beginning, for example, you accidentally acknowledge a PL once in the beginning and you don't know it's a problem. Okay, maybe everybody should yell at you. They should shame you for that. But hey, move on from that. Now you've learned if you do it again, then okay, you go to the exile zone, right? But if you there's spectrum here. But gatekeep people out for sure. Gatekeep the tourists out, absolutely. And make sure the people that come in are adding value. Are they adding value? Right? If they're not adding value, if all they're here to do is to tear down or be negative, no, gatekeep those guys out. Gatekeep those guys out. The 7th is even if Nijisanji is never punished, so they may be never punished, nothing may ever come of it. Their corporate behavior merits shaming. The corporate behavior merits shaming. I think this is the biggest one. This is a huge one here. There may never be a single lawsuit filed against Nijisanji, and there probably won't be. But the worst thing and the best thing we can do is get out here and shame them. And the more channels with the more followers that come out here that shame, I see people say shame and gatekeep. Yep. That just shame Nijisanji, the better. The more coverage, the better. So I don't think people should be salty about this. I think shaming Nijisanji, making sure as big channels get this as possible, as many channels come that just shame Nijisanji. If a channel that it doesn't do much research just wants to come out and shame Nijisanji, that's fine. I think we need more shame in our societies, and we definitely need more shame of Nijisanji as a company. When people do things bad, we need to call them out and we need to hold them responsible for it. We know that the litigation is probably not going to happen. 99.9%, there's not going to be litigation. Doki is not going to bring litigation almost certainly in this case. However, they do receive to have their shit called out because they clearly messed up. And of course, last but not least, I've learned that some waifus are extremely, extremely based. And perhaps lesson 8 is the most important lesson of all. Perhaps lesson 8 also needs a little bit of an addendum here by one of the members here of lesson 8.
Yes, ancient women. Any woman that is physically above the age of 13 is ancient.
So hopefully you guys liked that presentation. You enjoyed that. That's what I got. That's my 8 takeaways from this. Hail to the based waifus out there. It is absolutely freaking fantastic. And that's something that you guys have taught me. And let's just say I've already got some favorites. There's some favorites out there that of Legal Mindset over here. So, you know, I may have been getting Shondo pilled a little bit. But it's absolutely 100% been great to come in, great to have fun, great to go through the clips. I mean, I was just having fun all night going through all those clips, and it was so fun with you guys. And I want to say thank you so much for making my 130K stream absolutely awesome. Now, I'm going to address the super chats, and then once I get through the super chats, we're going to go into reviewing the video from the PR professor. But before I review super chats, there's 2 things I want to mention, and I mentioned them in the beginning, but I know we're up to 3,000, so I want to say it again. And I think it was part of my presentation, but I want to be very serious about it. If you super chat me anything that I perceive is trying to give attention to an issue or a person that's particularly negative or bringing up negative issues or doesn't have anything to add, I am going to skip your super chat, right? And I've read it, I've seen it, but I am skipping it. I am choosing to skip it, right? So just understand that. So oftentimes, you know, you should think before you send it, is this something that is trying to promote something that is negative, only negative, etc., and whether or not I take it and I read it. So we're going to go in order, though, from biggest to smallest. RPG member here commented on the 130K video of the day that you, sir, are my reason why YouTube watched later in an over 90 video. Thank you so much, anime fan. At this time, with stuff watched and removed and others added, it's now 87 and still blame you. Keep entertaining us. Game monkey, let's do it. And for that, you earn a
monkey.
appreciate you, anime fan. Hey, thank you so much. I really appreciate that comment, and thank you for the support of the channel and for joining the RPG. Let's go with the orange now. We got 2 orange here. Dokibird playing Pal World competitively and giving commentary on the workers getting depressed, saying things like "you matter" and cracking jokes about bad workplaces. Just hits different when you know the context. Yes. And now that we know the context, what we can say is I am very happy that Doki is still standing for others. She's still standing for people, and she's standing behind, obviously, her causes that she has gotten behind very strongly, including mental health. I just want to go here and see if I can find her channel very, very quickly. But if you see here with Doki, she's already at 629K subs, so she's doing just fine here. And then if you go to her fundraiser, you can see she's already at 38,000 of 40,000. She keeps raising the limit. She's raised the limit multiple times, so she's at 38,000. She's already at 38,000 for mental health. So, you know, that's so amazing. I really support that. And honestly, if that's all that comes of this is people fundraising for mental health, I think that's a good thing, right? Todd Howard with a gun. Welcome as a YouTube member there, my friend. Thank you so much for joining. And then we have Coyote Trickster. What's up, brother? Who says it's not shaming. The bigger the company is, the more they must be held accountable. Yes, thank you very much. It's accountability. The shaming of a big company is accountability, right? It's accountability. And now I'm going to work down the line here. Nancy says, now you've become the middleman between the normies and rabbit hole. And that's sort of where I've been. And a lot of people who are normies are now coming out to me and asking me to explain this, which is why I'm going to create the video explaining it for dummies. It's going to be Dokibird and Nijisanji for normies. And I hope that you guys can watch that. I hope you guys can pass that on. I hope you guys can kind of forward that around. So, maybe your granddad that doesn't understand it, he's got a good video that can explain it in plain English and give him at least a background for this. That's what I try to do here. I'll read this one, but I'm going to say no comment. Registerin says, hey, Andrew, I've checked him out. Arcade doesn't look good. I don't have time to watch any other creators, so I have no idea what's going on with Nick at all whatsoever. I wish him the best. Sarah Hoshino says, VTuber here. I found out the Niji Hollow communities for quite a while, so this situation is newish to me. Keep up the amazing work. Thank you so much, and good luck to you as a VTuber, right? And as somebody who is about to, I guess, tiptoe into this sphere, I'm always willing to take pointers from any content creators out there on things that work for them, things that don't work, right? One of the biggest things I would recommend for all those that have channels or that are out there is not to look at bigger channels and just get angry, but actually try to learn from them, because most people will look at somebody and say, well, look at them, they're making all this money or they're getting views or whatever, and they won't try to learn from them. They'll just get angry. How is that productive? How's that making you a better streamer? How's that making you a better video maker? How's that making you a better YouTuber? How's that making you a better professional? It's not. Learn from people and you will go far. That's what I've done, and that's what I've constantly done on YouTube, is try to learn and improve based on other people that are doing better than me. And I acknowledge that. I take a cup of humbleness and I move on. King Lugia says, you make a cute 6'6" hamster. Indeed. Thank you. Sour grapes is the oldest form of copium. Yes. Real quick, Afix says, I haven't followed everything, but personality ownership and deletion aspect is super interesting to me. Yeah, I know. And there's a lot of it, right? There's so much in there, Afix, with the, okay, I'm this personality. Do I not own the personality? Because look, Nijisanji can own Selentatsuki, but it doesn't own Selentatsuki because it doesn't ever have her personality. And that's the key component. Without that, it's just a dead image, right? A dead image without the thing, the person behind Selentatsuki, the force behind Selentatsuki. It's powerless. It's empty. It's just the powerless golem, And Hollywood is approaching similar legal issues. CGI Princess Leia, Bruce Willis, yes. And I think there's going to be a legal update on this. I predict this for the future. Psycho Crusher for 1999 says, a nutless monkey can do better than you. Les Grossman to Nijisanji's lawyers.
Fighting monkey.
Indeed. Totally agree with that. Thank you so much for the 20 Legal Mindset memberships as well. Appreciate that so much. Thank you. And let's see. I'm too schizo to write what my heart wants. Still, I will settle and say thank you for all the white pills and I got from you in both new and old content. Hope to see you keeping on far in the future. I'm not giving up, man. I'm going to be really weird with you guys. I've had a lot of times with YouTube. It's been really tough when I've read what people have said about me, and it's been really nasty. I've seen attack videos that people sent me, and they're depressing. They're not happy. They're not fun to watch. What I do is I keep a very active offline life. I rely on having a lot of friends, a lot of people in my life that can support me, a lot of things I can do, things that bring me happiness. And, really relying on that gets me very far. And also having an overwhelming number of positive people to talk to, I think that's great. The fact that the community is overwhelmingly positive, I really think that's a good thing. So yeah, I'm going to keep on keeping on, and I'm not going anywhere. Let's see here. Industry seems more immature in the West, especially, but HoloLive seems to be doing a better job than Niji. Could you compare the two? Sure. That would be a future video. I need to do more research on HoloLive. Frankly, I haven't done that much research on HoloLive because HoloLive isn't fucking up that badly. Right now, people have said HoloLive has made mistakes, right? People have said that HoloLive has done bad things and whatever else, and that they're no angels, but they're not Nijisanji and they're not Wachter, right? So, they're not the first ones I'm looking at. Now, I'm going to look at the Rushia case, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Rushia was with HoloLive, was she not? Yes, she was. So, with that case, we're going to have the first thing where I touch on HoloLive a little bit going into Rushia. Although I don't think in that case, it's the corporation messing up that much. I haven't done all of my research on that. So once again, I need to do a deep dive This is ongoing. This is developing, right? This is still moving on. I'm not done with my research, but it seems like, yes, that's HoloLive, but HoloLive isn't making the same level of mistakes. And it's more, that one is more of a personal problem that ended up spilling over and affecting HoloLive because, well, it's a HoloLive streamer, right? It's a HoloLive VTuber. So Rusia is going to happen. That is 100% going to happen. So don't worry about that. Let's see. So yes, it's gonna become more mature in the West. The grapes are negligible. So
Disgusting.
so good. And then had to make an apology video and try to bow the poop storm away. Yeah, it's exactly. How many bows does it take to get rid of the poop storm? How many? Also, Jacob, for Ron there, don't forget the Hydrate King. You know it. You know it, brother. I am definitely staying hydrated. My big terror is to ever have a kidney stone. My uncle had like one, and I was living with him at the time shortly while I was going to college. I was getting set up for college. I moved out like after 2 weeks, but he was passing a kidney stone. And when I saw that, I was like, man, I never want to do that. I'm drinking a crap ton of water. I'm just making sure that is not ever happening. So yeah, hydration is definitely important for me. I am a very avid hydrator. But that said, let's see. Did you see the Pippa Joker parody by Moonshine? I have not. If we have time at the end, I will watch it. But if not, once again, any green or blue is a suggestion. It's a maybe. So if we have time, maybe. If not, I'll watch it on my own time. Thank you, though. Thor just said, probably a dumb question, but if Doki and Niji settle, would Doki be able to ask for selling IP as part of the settlement agreement? Now that they can use it, she could ask for it. Yeah, Doki can ask for it. You can ask for IP. It's like any other piece of IP. It can be bought and sold. So for example, Nijisanji can sell the Selentatsuki IP to HoloLive. They can sell the Phase Connect, right? If they wanted to sell Selentatsuki and the IP to Phase Connect, they can do that. That's perfectly legal. And then if Dokibird wanted to go to Phase Connect as Selentatsuki, which was bought by Phase Connect, then it'd be totally possible. There's no problem with that. Now, would they do that? I don't know. But that's a question. It's a question, right? Guardian Dark Angel said, I didn't consider it, but if the video I sent you was an attack video, I apologize, sir. Sending love. No problem. And I know that, look, I know that you guys in the chat, might not know my rules. You might not know my channel, but I tried it once again. I've had a lot of people in my past try to attack me because I'm not afraid to take, stances. And sometimes people will try to come at me, and it's always the sour grapes or the hamster. And I'm not acknowledging the hamster, and I love you. I appreciate your super chats. But one thing I do is I kind of keep the hamsters and keep the drama at a minimum on my channel. So I go above and beyond for that. So that's something that I think it's beneficial to any YouTuber. And I think many YouTubers would benefit, especially lawyers and professionals would benefit from keeping the drama at a minimum or trying to minimize it. And I've learned that. I've learned that. I can say that perhaps I wasn't always the best person for this, and perhaps I made some mistakes, but I've learned from that and I've improved. And, that's part of being a YouTuber is you do something wrong and you improve and you do it better. Right. So that's what I've tried to do now. Full disclosure, but it's worked. So I would advise it for other streamers. Swiftstar88 says, would you be willing to do some research and maybe make a video on indie VTubers who want to make an LLC and remain on anonymity? I help an aspiring VTuber Discord, and it's not well talked about. Swiftstar, how about you hit me up on my email or my Discord or my Twitter, either one, whatever one it is. Andrew Esquire live at gmail.com. Andrew ESQUIRE live, LIVE at gmail.com. Write me, say, this is Swiftstar88. I'm looking to do this, and then we'll talk. Right? But I'm always willing to help, but just understand my time is very limited. So I'm not trying to take on heavy time commitments, particularly as I have a lot of things pulling me in many directions. And I barely have time sometimes to even stream. So adding anything onto that is a lot. Afix says, achievement unlocked. Life-size mindset waifu pillows. Oh yes, the body pillows. Yes, you've earned it at this point. Anytime. We've got to get those up in the store. Afix, it's up in the store. I'll get Patrick to wrangle those up. And then see, Kaito Trickster says, Niji strikes me as the type of company that would cut off their own nose to spite their face. Yes, indeed they would. Yes, indeed they would. It seems like at this point they're they keep doing things that dig themselves in deeper. And that's the problem with Nijisanji. That's the biggest problem. I understood. Did you get a chance to see Bakur's reaction, a monkey getting attention again? Yes, I did. Let me see. I saw that, I think, on X. Let me see. Pakora, monkey. Let's see. Monkey update. Let's see. Oh God, it's just great. It's just great. Okay, I think I need to get the clip. I think I saw it on X, but anyways, it's not here. It's just the picture of the monkey. Okay, I'll find it. I'll find it another time. But I did see her indeed talking about it, and she was saying, Pakora was saying when she was talking, and of course when she was talking about, she was saying that the overseas bros keep saying that Jill is dead, so she had to show a proof of life for Jill. Otherwise, we would all think that Jill was dead, which is a problem. It's a problem, because Jill is very much alive and very much still my paralegal. Lugson, welcome as a YouTube member. Welcome to the BLM, Basic Legal Mindset. Wailery said, is there a legal issue for someone who faked death online and came back as nothing happened? The dude is in a VTuber corpo. Wailery, that's a very vague question. It depends on how they did it. I mean, if they faked death in order to get out of okay, faking death to get out of a crime or get out of a bad situation with the government, let's say, yeah, that's of course illegal, right? If you're engaging in falsifying a death record, a death certificate or whatever, I mean, that's a problem. But there are people, if you look at history, there's people who fake death. There's people who've successfully faked death. It's not easy, but you can do it. I mean, look, Breaking Bad is not 100% realistic, but it's not all 100% false either. There are people that go out there and assume other identities that come out there and do that. It's difficult though. Most of the time, from what I've understood about the people that fake death, 99% of them, what they do is they just go off into the wilderness and they essentially disappear. They become people that are living in the the wilderness. They're out there just disappearing into the bush. So they're out there living in the Canadian forest or whatever else. They're out there in the Amazon. They're just out there now, right? And they just don't come back. Which is something, right? Which is something. Guardian Angel says, having said that, I'll ask you, do you have any plans while avoiding drama to address any lawyers who oppose in regards to what you covered with Doki Niji? The only time, I'm going to tell you, my standard for acknowledging anything is twofold. Number one, are they coming at a respectful, non-drama, non-drama causing fashion? That's number one. No, and if they're making ad hominem attacks, if they're saying things that are not true, right? And number two, are they adding legal analysis of substance, right? So for example, if it's something that's adding of substance, I'll shout out my good friend Runkle, my good friend Ian Runkle in Canada, right? He talked a little bit about how it's hard to recover in Canada and would be very difficult to recover from Nijisanji, which I respect, and that's good, and I can acknowledge that because it's fine. So that's an example of good analysis, right? But a bad analysis is somebody just points and tries to go in a bunch of let's just say spurgy accusations, and is coming from a place of what appears to be intense sour grapes, not going to be acknowledged because there's no point in it. It just helps them, not you. And there's a lot of people in the VTuber space that are critiquing the VTuber space that do this. I'm not going to say their names because I don't want to give them power. When you say their names and you acknowledge them, that gives them more power than if you just ignore them. So my carte blanche strategy is to ignore them. And I will continue to do this forever. And I've done this during my time as well, in covering legal issues. I just ignore people. I straight up ignore them when they try to come at me like that, right? When they come at me disrespectfully, ad hominem, I don't give them any attention. I literally give them zero oxygen and I suffocate them, which works every single time. You just do not acknowledge it. And it has to be a strong disacknowledge, because the more you try to, you're never going to argue them to death, because you can't argue them off of the internet. You can't argue all of the tards off the internet. There's too many tards. The only thing you can do to them, the best thing you can do, is to ignore them and let them continue to be irrelevant in the corner like they always will be, right? That is the best thing you can do. That's the best thing you can do to wrangle the tards. I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you. Especially since, look, if they're not adding anything of merit, it's worthless. It's absolutely worthless. So just let them go in the corner and have their tard fights. It's okay. It's fine. And I really could care less what some idiot has to say about me, frankly, on the internet. 10M Law, so thanks again for bringing this analysis to us every day, man. You're breathtaking. Hey, man, appreciate it, man. Just trying to elevate the conversation. Once again, I'm trying to add more. I'm trying to help people. I'm trying to help creators. I'm not trying to bring this down. That reminds me of somebody who sued the government because he was legally dead, which does affect your ability to get employed. Yes, and I think he lost. Yes, that's a big problem. Guardian said that I appreciate you answering my stuff. I think the guy in the vid was thin on X was probably disrespectful. Yes, and there's a lot of people that I've seen, and I've been sent dozens of videos. Most of them are just disrespectful, or they're simping for Niji or whatever else. It doesn't require me to respond to that. Why do I have to respond? And I actually had in my summarizing, if you look at my number one video, where I addressed the haters, I addressed the people that came for me. I gave all the disclosures. I'm not a Japanese lawyer. I'm not a Canadian lawyer. I'm doing this from raising the professional bar, from using the mind of a lawyer, but I'm not saying they're my client. Doki's not my client. Nijisanji's not my client. All I'm saying is before I came to this conversation, it was really, really stupid what people were talking about. And some of the just basic legal principles, which are pretty international, are just being ignored, right? Let's bring it up a notch. Let's elevate it. And today we're going to watch a PR communications professor, and we're going to be the judge, you guys and me. We're going to together be the judge of this PR communications professor and understand, is he elevating the conversation? Is he adding something? Or is it something that we already knew? And I'm really interested to see what you guys think about this. Do you think that this PR professor that we're about to watch, is he making the conversation better? Is he making it worse? We will see about that. Touch the monkey, Dieter Sprockets.
Fighting monkey とかさ。
That's my most used reaction. Appreciate it. And insufficient remedies, the problem is a unique problem for VTubers. No, but it's a problem in any new industry. So whenever there's a new industry, for example, I used to represent, and I know me, Evil Corporation, I represented hotels, but also hotels that did timeshares. So timeshares were something that used to be new. And in the beginning, there were not good remedies for timeshares. And people were actually very hurt by timeshares because they were told things like, this is an investment. And when you have an investment, you can kind of, sell an investment. You can also appreciate whether the timeshare goes up and down. But eventually it was regulated, and rightly so. You should not be able to say a timeshare is investment. It's not. It's right for them to be able to say that, right? So that's the example of when a market is young, it's unregulated. When it's older, it's more regulated. Sometimes limited regulation can be good. I'm very libertarian-ish. I generally do not like regulation. I generally do not like government, but sometimes some agreements need to be made. Some compacts need to be made on how are we going to handle these issues, right? How are we going to handle these issues? Jokes. Coffee is hydrating, right? Yes, coffee is hydrating. All right. This is for 20. So I will play this. A little. Let's see. I will play this a little bit later. Pecora really needs out. Oh, wait, no, it's not a clip. What Pecora needs. Okay, thank you. Pecora really needs is a monkey mindset. Character replace her dead one. Oh, that'd be great. Like me as a monkey. That would be good. I thought we were suggesting a clip here for a second. Like she had a clip called Monkey Mindset. But no, thank you very much for that. All right. So let's get to this communications professor, shall we? So this is a very small channel. This is on the Countess Lyra channel. Now, as you can see, and we're going to show right here, this channel only has 184 subscribers and only 3,000 views. Now, I guarantee you with my tens of thousands of views on this channel, that this channel, I will 100% guarantee, will go up. This will probably pass 200, right? And these viewers will go up now that I've called this out, right? So this is like whenever you go and do something like this, right? Whenever you go and do that, you got to understand that you're going to be promoting the channel. So if this was a negative channel and I was reviewing it, understand I would be giving them attention. I'd be giving them subscribers. But these people appear. Now, I have not watched this. I watched a little bit of it, but not much. I have not watched what the take is. So I don't know the take. All I know is that they invited a PR professor. So at least they're inviting somebody educated. So we'll see if they have something to say, right? And we'll see what they have to say, whether it's a good take or bad take or what's going on here with this. I don't know yet. And by the way, if it's good, I will subscribe and I will like the video and I will comment. And you guys will see me commenting here live. I'll do the live comment here, right? So let's go here. And let's see what this is. PR professor reacts to, and let me make sure the audio is working correctly because that is very important. Yes, audio is on. Perfect. PR professor reacts to the Nijisanji Dokibird disaster.
Let's get this show on the road. Good evening, everybody. Welcome.
Well, we'll start off. I like her model. I think her model's good. I mean, it's clearly got the Tifa-like assets, so I'm okay with the Tifa-like assets there. So her model's looking good. Senpai approves of the model. So with that said, let's continue. Oh, and let me get this one here from DCV Titan before we start. True, never fight with retards. They'll drag you down to the level and beat you with experience. This is, guys, this may sound funny, but it's 100% true, because if you get down there to dirt with these people, all it's going to end up is like this.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
That's all it ends up. Like, that's all it ends up being, is just a 100%. You guys just telling each other, fuck off, right? And that's not good for anybody, right? But anyways, yes, of course, I am a very much an enjoyer of culture here. And so I do enjoy this. This is a good one. This is a good one.
To yet another Countess Lita stream. We have slightly changed the plan.
Seems a little, is this what we'd call a hag, guys? Would this qualify as a hag? Would this qualify as a hag? I don't know. I'm learning here. You guys tell me. By the way, 95% of you like the monkey emoji. So we're there. But anyways, she sounds a little older, but I mean, I'm going to see which niche she falls into here, which version she falls in.
For tonight's stream, because I'm going to give you a little backstory, and then I'm going to have Ariat talk.
Yeah, I don't know how people classify one way or another. I'm still learning, guys.
I'm going to have Ariat talk because he's going to.
Oh, sorry. I have to play this because it's important for everybody, because I'd mentioned the word hag.
Yes, ancient women. Any woman that is physically above the age of 13 is ancient.
Okay, that said, here we go.
Be the lecturer tonight. Remember that time I did a VTuber art review / Booba art review?
Booba!
Which was like 3 weeks ago. And it's been 1,000 years in VTuber time, because there was so much drama that the drama that occurred eclipsed the drama that I was covering and talking about in that stream, because I prepared so hard for it. I haven't posted that VOD up yet, because I was going to post the VOD on YouTube like a week after I did the lecture, but I was editing it a little bit to like include some asides and also to like remove the part where I'm just watching other YouTube videos. But then I started editing it, and then a bunch of other shit happened in VTuber land, and it made me really demotivated to continue to work on editing the video. So I stopped editing the video, because I keep having to like put in asides like, hey, by the way, I did this before XY drama happens. And now that there's so much more drama in YouTuber space, I feel like I need to acknowledge all of the drama.
So I'm gonna tell, this is a little tip for the creator. Hopefully she watches this. By the way, hello Countess Lyra, if you're watching this. This is something you gotta do what you're gonna do. But I will say, there's a reason why I work hard, and there's a reason why I go fast, because news moves fast. And therefore you have to 100% go fast on things. So I know it can be demotivating, but there's one of the reasons why you have to like move and report on stuff quicker, right? And that's why it's important to work hard, and why some people, they have trouble because they're not working as hard on the issue. Yes, guys, I'm going up to 1080p now. Okay, so now the boba are in HD, right? Okay, you guys happy? We got 1080p 60 HD right there, guys. We're at top quality right now for the boba. You're welcome. Please smash the like button, right? We're almost at 3,000 people in the chat. Please smash the like button. Also, we got about 100 on locals, including Agrilith, who says, holy anime boob. What's up, Agrilith? But yes. So you got to keep going. And look, if you have to acknowledge drama or whatever, do it, but just make it and get it out ASAP. I know that sometimes you want to make it perfect, but you know what's better than perfect? Done. Done is better than perfect every single time. Doing something is better than doing it perfectly. You're always going to fuck up. I used to be a perfectionist. I used to be something like that. But as a creator, you just have to rip it. Sometimes you just have to let it go. This is constructive criticism. This is not negative. It's just saying, like, I understand that plight. It's a very important thing. And especially for high IQ people, for very smart people, it is a big problem with not finishing things when they think they're not perfect. You just have to let it go. You just have to let it go.
And then when I say drama, I mean that sounds very dismissive, but I mean, I need to acknowledge all the things that have happened, which area.
Yeah, and I will say, I do not acknowledge Dokibird stuff as drama. It's a legitimate issue. There's a difference between legitimate issues and drama. Drama, I've said, is your mama's so fat, or like this person is this, or this person is that. When there's legitimate issues, also the Yuki stuff I brought up regarding the racist comments, that is not just drama. That's a potential legal issue. I'm not saying it is a legal issue. It's a potential legal issue, right? It's a potential PR communications issue. There's a lot of things that are potential issues, right? That's not drama. Those are very important things to bring up, right? Drama is like just these two people don't like each other, right? Okay, that's one thing. But when there's actual substantial issues, real issues, that's worthy of covering. And I think we're getting a little too gun shy to be called covering drama, right? People are, they don't want to be called, this person's milking drama. It's a real issue. I really don't care. And anybody who comes out there and is like, well, you're just milking drama. I'm milking news and legitimate things that need to be covered. Let's continue here.
Is going to go into much more detail about, because over the weekend, we noticed there's this guy who's like a lawyer and who's talking about all this stuff. And I'm sure he'll go into it too. But he was like doing like really, really long streams. This is not going to be like a really, really long, like 6-hour lecture or anything.
Oh, I'm disappointed. I wanted a 9-hour stream. It's only 45 minutes. Wow.
But I thought that we were in a unique position to discuss the situation because of being genuine VTuber enthusiasts who also have advanced degrees.
Ooh, okay. Okay, good.
Of us both being professors of some stripe.
By the way, one thing I also do, and this is something that people may or may not know about me and my channel, I do teach as well. Right now, I'm not teaching at a university. Like, I do teach property law, I teach business law, right? I do love teaching. One day I might like to adjunct teach, not full-time, just partly. I do really love teaching. It's something I really do enjoy. And that's why I like to, a lot of my YouTube streams, they come off as kind of like little mini lectures, because I kind of like that, but I like doing it my way. I don't like having a dean. I wish I could be a professor without a dean, where I could just be my own professor. Right. And I don't have to answer anybody else. So I have a lot of respect for people that do that and that are professors or teachers, particularly if they actually critically think about things.
So I'm going to poke Ariat to unmute here, and he'll introduce himself and what he's talking about. So here's tonight's agenda. First 45 minutes to an hour, however long it takes, we're going to be talking with Professor Wizard, PhD, Dr. Ratio about this stuff he's going to talk about. We're going to have a little lecture. This is just chatting. And then after that, I have 4 games. We're going to play them all for like at least 30 minutes, longer if they're fun.
Okay.
It might be short. I think one of them is really short.
Well, this is just this part is just, by the way, this is just a reaction. This is not the whole thing. So this is not the whole video.
But it's very promising because the actual file is literally just new unityproject.exe. I have a really good feeling about that. I have a good feeling about that. And then 3 of them are on Steam, one of which is not out yet. I got a preview copy of a new game. And I was like, wait a second.
People, I love everybody in the chat who's screaming mail on stream. Yeah, eventually I think there will be a mail on stream.
Buy this yet? Am I super cool? I guess I am. But they're all supposed to be weird. They're all weird games. And as we know, we like the weird games. We don't know what's going to happen with the weird games. They usually tend to be at least one banger. I thought you were super cool. Thank you. So today we're going to hear from Ariat. And make sure you're on the stream. And also, you probably don't want BGM, right? Let's turn the BGM down.
Yes, thank you.
We're going to turn the Countess BGM all the way down.
By the way, people have suggested I get BGM. I like how people say they need an eye tracker, like so they can see where I'm looking. You know, it's like a laser. It's like, where's Legal Mindset looking? Like, is it here? Is it here? Is it here? Where is he looking right now? He's looking over here at the chat. I'm a man of the chat. My eyes are always here, guys. My eyes are always here. This is exactly where I'm at. I'm a man of the chat. I'm a wholesome man of the chat. But real quick, I want to, speaking of man of chat, let me get all of these super chats and knock them out before we start the substance here. Coyote Trickster for 20 says, I've always preferred the saying, never play chess with a pigeon. They'll knock down all the pieces on the board and declare themselves a winner. Yes, that's actually a really good one, Coyote Trickster. I don't play games with these people, and I'm not going to get down in the mud. And what I love is when people will just attack me and not responding. I actually love not responding because it drives them crazy that I won't respond to them. It really does. Boba Filizu says, Boba review stream when? Well, I mean, we do have an anime stream coming up, and I'm not, listen, a lot of crazy things happen on my anime stream, which is probably my next chill stream. So that will be coming up soon. So we'll probably get on that very, very soon. Tex says, send rude hamsters to the cuck chair and ignore them. Oh, no. Supernova J Bombastic says, what color are her eyes, Mr. Lawyer Man? Green. They're green. They're green. Meanwhile,
Disgusting.
Called out and exposed live on stream. Oh God. Okay. Okay. Hag is usually when a person is IRL over 25 plus. Yeah. And that's what people told me. Cause at first I thought it was a negative thing. And then I realized it's actually not a negative thing. It's like a positive thing. The only time it's negative is if you're talking to Shondo and it's.
Yes, ancient women. Any woman that is physically above the age of 13 is ancient.
Like that's the only time it's negative, but otherwise it's positive, usually lovely. And usually that, like, as I've been explained to by, I think it was DN or False. I forget who explained it to me, that there's different categories of hag. So there's different levels. What would be the alternatives of public terminations? Private terminations? Tell them privately and come up with a joint statement that you both agree on, or at least a just PR statement that is like more minor instead of posting the PDF of their termination notice. That's not normal. For example, if we fired somebody, we would send out an email that, oh, this person is no longer at the company, or sometimes we wouldn't even send out the email or notice if it's a big enough company, right? Now, if they're obviously somebody's important, right, you got to send out a notice. This person is no longer with the company. If you need to get in contact with them, contact this person. That's possible, excuse me. But that's what happens when I drink too much water. But yeah, you don't need to be putting their whole termination notice on Twitter. That's not right or okay. Hey, LM, love everything you do and others too. Thank you so much, Anime Guy. Appreciate you and all those weebs out there, because of course it takes a weeb to know a weeb. Can you guess the currency, by the way, is that from South Africa? Isn't ZIR South Africa? Am I wrong? I think I'm right on that. Xander's man, what's up, brother? So I thought you wanted a break. I was yesterday. I'm off now. Zambia? No, it says South Africa, right? Anyways, yeah. Glad I saw you live again, live again, but he's got to sleep. Yes. Thank you so much, Junebug. Appreciate you. Yeah, we have some base chads in South Africa that send me every once in a while. South African rand. All right, so let's go here and let's see what Professor Hag and other professor who is totally a male on stream has something to say.
And I don't know if we want.
But by the way, I say that in an endearing way because obviously I know exactly what color her eyes are.
Want the chatting BGM? I'll put it on like really quiet. I don't know. Maybe we'll turn it all the way down. We'll talk to Ariana about his preferences for BGM.
Light BGM is okay.
All right, let's get.
I like light BGM is okay.
You You may unmute now.
Okay.
All right. Hi. Welcome. I'm going to put your
Welcome indeed.
slides on screen here. What do we got?
Thank you.
Boom. Huh. Ariot prepared.
Oh, we got a ping. We got a pinger. So obviously we got like a PNG. Very simple. I think like what's this Red Wizard PNG. And then we've got a PowerPoint, which by the way, okay, from PowerPoint to PowerPoint, I appreciate a PowerPoint. But yes, mail on stream. If only as a ping, mail on stream.
Some professional looking slides for tonight's lecture. So Professor, I'm going to drive your slides. And
Thank you.
tell me, all right, a brief flash of Pomu as I switch to the slide driver here. You tell me when to advance the slides.
Very well. I will say next slide, please.
All right. And when you're ready, you're going to say next slide, please. But are we ready to do that now?
Not yet. I'll do a basic intro first.
All right, let's go.
So, welcome to the lecture. I'll be doing
Yay!
a brief crisis calm discussion. I am Dr. Ariat, not Dr. Veritas Ratio, but I didn't have a good picture of myself ready, so we're going to use Dr. Ratio as my stand-in for right now. Next slide, please.
Oh, hold on. Let's see what he's got. Okay, so he's got public relations, right? A public relations background. PhD in mass media from MSU. MSU, what university is that? Let's look that up. MSU University. Is that Michigan State? From Michigan State? Probably Michigan State. So probably from Michigan State. CSU. What's CSU University? Is it Charles Stewart University? That's in Australia. CSU University America. Colorado State, maybe Colorado State University. So maybe they went to Colorado State for applied communication theory, BA. So very educated individuals. One thing I will say about very educated individuals, and this is something like I said before, people giving much love for Pamu here. Very educated individuals often are very, very smart. But the one thing, and I can say this as somebody who has 3 degrees as well. I have a bachelor's, a master's, and a law degree. But oftentimes we have trouble doing stuff because we're like, putting in certain types of work because we are more used to like being the source of knowledge. So often like practical stuff can be a little bit harder for us. But yeah, this is actually really good background. Seems to be a good background here. A lot of communication stuff there. So cool.
All
yeah,
right.
we overthink.
So my background, I have a PhD in mass media. The degree has changed its name several times since then, but it was given to me
It's not a bad thing.
some time ago now. So I've been a working professor now for, golly, a good long time. Let's not do the math on that, okay? Let's put that aside.
Let's just not talk about it. Go wild.
I'm not quite 420, but I am getting up there. But my
Okay, that's funny. I appreciate the candor. Look, I like the like lightheartedness with the age jokes. You gotta be willing to go a little Shondo pilled on it, right? If you're not Shondo pilled on it, it might be, different. But I appreciate the humor there.
background before I got a PhD was in public relations. And my master's thesis was about credibility of sources on the web, all the way back in 2003. Things have changed since then to some degree, but not very much.
2003?
So
you were really.
I don't know about that. I think a lot's changed in 2003, but okay, I get what you're saying. Like the sources are different now, though, because we have a lot of people reporting on stuff, and the way we collect information is a lot different than 2003. Just because we can't trust. A lot of times mainstream media doesn't report stuff, right? Like for example, I wouldn't trust CNN to report Nijisanji versus Dokibird accurately, or at all, frankly.
Ahead
my
of your
current
time.
focus. Yeah, I was doing YouTube research in 2007.
Ooh, that's
and suffice to say, it's been a lot different now than it was back in 2007.
Yeah.
But I've been in the field for quite some time. My primary research focus outside of just practitioner work, like with public relations and marketing, is automated behaviors, otherwise known as habits, and new media technology more generally. But my fundamental background has always been in PR and marketing. I do that for the Countess when I'm not doing her laundry or getting groceries. Next slide, please.
Oh, what?
Do you want BGM?
Wait, what? Wait, what? What is this? Enhance. What? What? A variety of third parties. What? Oh no. What? I'm sitting here. I'm seeing that. I'm like, wait a second.
What the fuck?
I did not expect to see myself in this. All right, let's go.
It just cut off.
Although she did already mention.
This is a good time. This is a good time to drop the BGM. Okay. So.
Yeah. Unimportant. So what are we talking about today? We're discussing the firing of the person now known as Dokibird, formerly Selen Tatsuki, from Nijisanji EN, operated, of course, by any color holding company, as well as a variety of third parties who have used this opportunity to get clout, to mine views, to make very long videos and collect a great deal of super chat revenue off of the disaster.
Us too. Let's get in there.
Oh, I love it. Woo! Let's go. Guys, hey, let's like this video. I need more clout, guys. I need more clout. Woo! I love it. I feel that energy. Hold on, I gotta play the video.
Maybe I have a chance. You goddamn crocodile! Go back to the fucking Florida! Go back to the Florida, you fucking crocodile!
That is so funny. So I'm gonna rewind it for 2 seconds there because I want to see what she says. But I think she says like us too. But oh man, I love it. It's great. Farm that. Let's get out there on the farm. Down on the farm. Got the clout to work in. That's pretty good. All right, let's see what they got to say here. Of course, in all seriousness, of course, I think everybody who's got something to add to the conversation that's positive should get more subs and views, right? And by the way, I hope this channel still gets more subs and views as long as they're adding something positive to the conversation. I don't know what they're saying yet, right? But definitely anybody who does add to the circumcision should get more subs and some more views. But that's actually hilarious.
Off of the disaster.
Us too. Let's get in there. I was like, hey, I'm gonna chase clout, but also I think we shouldn't neglect the reason that I asked you.
I like how she said I want to chase clout. Yeah, and if you have more content that's good, if you actually do something good, you should be rewarded with getting more subscribers, getting more likes, right? That should be the thing that goes on. And the only way that happens is if good people notice you and good people call you out for your good behavior. So I'm hoping that me calling you out for your good behavior gets you more subs, Countess Lita, on this video, because, well, so far so good. And if it's good, I'll put the link in the description. We're not done yet. Once we're done, the link will go in the description. And then maybe someone said bring her on. Maybe, let's see. I got to finish the video. I haven't seen any of this video.
To do a stream about this with me is because you're in a very unique position. Because not only do you have a PhD with a study concentration in mass media and public relations, but also Selen Tatsuki was your Kamiyoshi. So you are deeply, deeply informed about this situation, both from the layperson side and from the deep, dark weeaboo side.
So we have a dragoon.
Yeah,
so we have a dragoon. We have a very, very protective dragoon. Okay. That changes the calculus a little bit, because I get it. Professor Dragoon who is really, really careful about who comes in and who we gotta make sure that we protect the waifu. Okay, so that I understand. Look, I understand. I'm not gonna judge. I'm just saying, it's a special perspective. It's a very special perspective. Professor Dragoon. So I'm gonna call him Professor Dragoon.
Both of these things are
I will
true.
not be going into the details of the legality of the situation. I'm talking mostly about the comms, how this was handled publicly. The law stuff is handled by people who are better informed in the law than me. So I'll be sure I put up front that I am not a lawyer.
Yeah, exactly. Which is what I've said. Like, it's like, oh yes, I'm a lawyer, but not a Japanese or Canadian lawyer. Disclaimers you make. So good to make a disclaimer. Good to make that disclaimer all the time. I'm not a doctor. I'm also not an accountant. I'm not your therapist. I don't do acupuncture. I also can't take care of the pests in your house. You're gonna have to take care of that yourself.
And for those
this
of our audience that don't know the background, do you go into that, or you want to go into it now? About what happened? Do it quick.
I'll get slide 2. The following slide handles it.
Okay, great.
So next slide, please.
Okie dokie.
So Doki.
Oh,
What?
Okay, let's start.
Before she was Doki, she was Selene Tetsuki. And before that, she was Doki again. But while she was Selene, for various reasons, she wanted out of her contract. Any color did not want to let her out of her contract peaceably, and there was a dispute about this. And so the dispute became very public and very unpleasant. It was a lot of Twitter posts and YouTube videos.
The yacht meme is good though. I do like the yacht meme.
And in general, when you have a dispute with an employee, it's not good to do it in public, but Any Color seemed to insist this was the way to go forward. Next slide, please.
Your meme there is a little bit tiny on the screen, so I'm going to read it out loud.
Please.
It says, refuse to let the streamer Selene go on neutral terms. Claim there is no bully. Did you get this from 4chan, or what is this meme? Where does this meme come from?
A dank source.
Dank source. Okay.
Wait, what did it say? Hold on. But the meme says court documents shared with third parties and explaining whether or not violating law. It wasn't a court document. That's actually not correct. So it was supposed to be wait, is this a different person? It wasn't a court document. There's no court case filed. So there's no court documents. But I mean, they did potentially violate privacy law by sharing the documents. Yeah, legal documents would be more accurate. Yeah, and that, I see why people confuse that, but that's actually a big difference.
Well, she got bullied so hard.
And by the way, to clarify, if it was a court document, there would be sanctions issued by the judge. So, like, if you were to mess with a actual court document, the judge would sanction you because there's a court case on, right? If it's just a legal document, then you have to sue to get the remedy for that, right? I mean, that's the only remedy is to sue somebody.
She attempted on her life twice. Oh my God, this is written in very broken English, which is very interesting. I also to be a little bit serious, and this is like my little critique here. I do wish that they would acknowledge that the people that are covering this as third parties aren't just always feeding off of drama. I know that may be the way it seems, right? But at the end of the day, are we adding value or not adding value? Ask yourself that question. Is the community more informed or not informed? Is it more informed for your video? Because otherwise, then everybody's just adding drama and there's never anything such as value. So what is value and what is drama? Like, ask yourself that question. What is value and what is drama? There needs to be, because obviously, otherwise, we just all can't have the conversation. Well, that to me comes off as sour grapes, right? If you're saying that nobody can have the conversation or else it's drama, right? So what is value? What is drama? What is good? What is bad? It's an important question and a distinction to make. Fire her while she's still recovering in hospital, which is what happened. That's the background
on
the situation.
And by the way, I would tend to think a professor who specializes in the area generally would add value, and a lawyer who knows what they're talking about or who's having a calm, rational conversation would add their value. But of course, just because you're a lawyer doesn't mean you're calm or rational. I've seen lawyers that have talked about this issue and other issues that don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They're just literally blabbing out of their mouth. They might be intoxicated. They might be whatever else. And they're just kind of talking, right? Just because you are something, even myself, right? I would hope that you guys, if I said something incorrect, would vet it, would go out there, would call me out, because, that would be a mistake and I would need to be rectified on that. Or if there's something I need to look at, that you would email it to me so I could look at it. Just because you're a lawyer, an accountant, a professor doesn't mean you're beyond scrutiny, but it still does elevate the conversation to at least start if you're talking about the principles.
And tell people to buy your new merchandise. That's what it says on the slide. And then merchandise shops start to tell you they don't work with you anymore. And then they're wearing the clown.
Yes.
The background for people who don't follow is basically that, right? I think that kind of sums it up. All right, move on to the next slide.
It is a summary of the situation. I will not go into the full details of the nasty background. but that is the top level summary. Now, why did Doki want to leave? After all, she was famous. She had this company supporting her. She had all this stuff going for her that we saw, but her conditions were quite poor, and she was upset about her compensation as well as payment of artists. She came out of her own pocket. Most of her profits were being eaten up by projects, and she got very little support from the company, which she was not satisfied with, so she wanted to leave. However, she was not being permitted to leave in a way that was graceful, and this caused a whole lot of problems, which now are being monetized by all kinds of people who are not Nijisanji. Okay.
Comment from chat, the memes make these slide perfect. The memes are truly wonderful.
Oh,
Thank
the
you
shut
for
up,
the
shut up,
memes.
shut up, shut up is great. That's actually a
I
really
have
good
to
one.
make slides that, of course, the rule for a slide, you should have at least one funny picture per slide. The next slide is you advance to the actual Crisis Com section. I will not do a full Crisis Com definition. I was going to talk about the main points of what Crisis Comms are all about. An important assumption in crisis communication is that while you may present information,
And yes, I do prefer based memes. Like, I mean, one meme per page is good if it's based, right? I mean, if it's a based waifu, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
In a way you wish to be interpreted in one way, the audience decides what it means. You do not have control over how people understand what you say. You can influence that, but you don't really control how people think. This is an important idea because PR cannot mind control people. It can only lead to a degree of influence. How you say something and how is important to how your message is interpreted by others. And critically, different groups, like the Yen audience versus the JP audience, communicate using different styles, assumptions, and social norms. What is
So I like, this is obviously true, right? Different groups communicate using different styles, assumption or so this point's really true. How you say it and in what circumstances are important, that's very true. This one, I'm interested to see how he elaborates on that. Like, you do not have power over what people understand you say. I get what he's trying to say, like their understanding you can't say, but I mean, I guess like my thought is that you don't control their understanding, but you can say it in a way that is more likely or not to have them understand it in a certain way. So if I tell somebody,
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
the vast majority of people, if I go tell them, as the meme, as we just reacted there, to go F themselves, they're not going to think I said I love you, right? They're not going to think I said I love you. But there might be one person out there. There might be one, maybe a Pippa Pipkin person who takes F you as I love you. You never know. You never know, right? One Yandere girl who's finally like, okay, you know what? That's actually the best thing I've ever heard in my life, right? But most people would interpret F you as a bad thing, right? So you got to go off an assumption. If you're communicating fact, that's going to be bad, right? That's an assumption there. But there might be, yeah, sure. You can't control the one person that takes it as I love you. Okay, that's true. That's true.
Okay in JP is not always okay in EM.
Yes.
If someone said that sentence before I chose my major, my life would be very different. Yeah. Next slide.
We aim to please.
Next slide.
Next slide, please.
All right.
Yes. You're very eager. I know my slides are very good.
They are very good.
All right. So, how do you do crisis comms? Very simply, you can do an entire semester course about this and not even scratch the surface. But I've broken it down to 3 points. You want to figure out what the problem is, and that might not be the problem you think it is. You might think one thing's a problem and try to address that, but your audience thinks a different thing is the problem. And that difference in opinion can make your strategy fall apart if you don't pivot and adapt to situations. So constant surveillance and assessment is an important part of the crisis comm process. Now, when you remediate a problem, you should take responsibility, but you should do so in a way which is authentic and sincere. You need to make a genuine effort to admit what things are your fault and take corrective action that is appropriate to the people you're trying to apologize or remediate to.
So I'm probably going to get into this, but let me talk about these two here real quick. So This right here. So I agree with you got to determine what the problem is, because a lot of times you don't know what the problem is, but you're like speculating on what the problem is. So yeah, determine the actual problem. Definitely agree. Step one. And then step two, take responsibility. Definitely agree with that, but only take responsibility for what you're actually responsible for. And he says that here, make a genuine effort to admit what things are your fault and take corrective action. And that's true. You have to take response only as far as you are responsible. Right. So if you are responsible, you take responsibility for your actions, not for the actions of others, whatever, but take responsibility for what you are responsible for, and just own that, and just come out there and own that. When you own something, that keeps other people from taking you down on it. Right. Like, it's only when you try to hide something, like you try to deny, and you get exposed, that you get screwed over. Right. So I do agree so far, but I'm interested to see how he talks about this in cultural context, because cultural context has a huge deal about remediation. Like the cultural context for remediation is very, very different.
You can't just say you're sorry and be kind of sniffly and snotty about it, like some people have done in the past. You need to actually be sincere about your apology and then put action steps into place to fix it if you want to repair the damage caused by the incident, whatever that might be. And if you can't solve the problem, if there's simply an irreconcilable difference of opinion between two parties or more, you should explain what your problem is and why you can't address it. You should not try to cast blame. You say what your position is, say it clearly, and then move on. That is the ideal case. This did not happen here.
Yes,
Next slide, please.
Clearly.
Let's talk about that. Oh, I like the transition. Drama.
Oh, yeah, drama. This was a mess. This is several people should be fired for how this was handled, because it was just so incompetent. Like a level of incompetence that shocks me as a PR professional. And I've seen some really bad incidents. I have seen messes. I have seen disasters. And this one is probably top 5 now in my casebook. A severe mess. Thank you. Lemon Just number 7. Okay.
Thank you for logging in. Thank you for logging in.
You are welcome. Okay. So, first thing, they announced she was fired, and that's fine, but it didn't need to be as long as it was. It was a very long note making all kinds of claims about why she was severed from.
Oh, by the way, I do like his analysis where he says this is a comms analysis, not a legal analysis. But I guess the thing is that I want to point out here is that this is where the bleed over is, and this is where the two are. He's being very careful because he doesn't want to be representing himself as a lawyer, and this is smart on his part, right? But the point is that what you say here can be defamatory. So this is the point where he needs to, and then this is where I'm going to add my little 2 cents. If details are not factually accurate, they can potentially be defamatory. Now, of course, it is up to a lawyer to bring the case in that country, whether it's Japan, Canada, wherever else, as to whether there's defamation or not. But factual accuracy has a legal component. If you are not factually accurate, then what you're saying could be defamatory. Now, not always could be. This is where comms and the law are united. This is where they fucked up. Where they fucked up is they were saying stuff that appeared to be both factually inaccurate and defamatory. So let me just be clear here. What he's just talking about factual accuracy, detail. I'm talking about defamation. Right? This is a huge consideration here. He is not getting into defamation. I'm sure he won't, right? But he also talks about the contract here. There's so much going on here in the law. And when you're talking about a contract and interpretation of a contract, you do not want to do that in public. It's just stupid. It's just stupid to be interpreting a contract over X and giving everybody on Twitter with the power of TISM to go out there and scrutinize every single line of a contract, of an agreement, of a policy. You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that.
Company. And not all those details were found to be factually accurate. And when you make factually inaccurate claims in public, you encounter problems.
Potentially legal problems, which he cannot say, but I will say it.
You can look at the original tweet it is still up. And it's a lot of things that are disputed very properly inside the same thread have been disputed for community notes on X. When you get in that kind of situation, you have already shit the bed. It has gone very badly.
I'm wondering if we can bring up the. Oh, here we go. I have found the tweet from Nijisanji, and if you would permit me to bring that up for those that are not familiar with the background about the situation.
Please.
That's cool. Okay.
Please do.
So this is the official tweet. They fired her, and this is what they posted. It's a lot. It's long. It goes
it's
into
psychotic.
A lot of detail.
It's an insane letter. It is the work of a madman.
Community noted as well. So there's a lot of details listed here.
No shit. This thing was getting community noted. This thing was waiting for a community note. I mean, that's just how bad it is. I mean, this was bad. This is bad.
It talks in great detail.
The tweet and the message and the PDF, all just a horrible idea from both a PR and a legal standpoint, which is what he's insinuating here. Is like, this is not, once again, he won't talk about the legal analysis. I will. This is not smart from a legal perspective. It's not part from a comms perspective. So when two professionals agree, so a comms professor and I agree this is a bad idea, why the fuck would they put this out? Right? That's a very good question.
About the situation from the corporate side of things, including all times in JST. Amidst the aforementioned circumstances, he posted a music video without prior approval as required by the activity rules. The materials for the music video were shared the first time on management. Yeah, if I'm ever fired, I hope it's by a letter of 5+ pages. This is a 3-page letter. So that's the original post that you're referring to. It is.
You should never do this. You should never, ever do this. You should not litigate things in public in this manner. You should never, ever do it. The person responsible for this should be fired for gross negligence.
Agree.
It is transcendent.
Agree on that.
Bad. Do not do this. So then, after making a giant mess, of course, Dokibird releases a counter statement, which then gets a huge amount of attention.
Right.
And in so doing, you started a public argument about a labor dispute on X.
Yes.
Consider that for a moment. What implications that have?
Massive international legal implications.
A public labor dispute on social media between a former employee and a large corporation with $1 billion market cap. Let's bring up Doki's statement.
Oh yeah, I just had that on the screen. Her statement is it only says this for right now. Now she'll say more later, but
yeah, we get to that part. You think, okay, we've hit the peak. It will not get worse from this. Surely someone would say, please stop. Surely we'd hear that at some point. No.
Yeah.
Next slide, please.
So I gotta click on the slide thingy. Okay, there we go.
Yeah. So then, Doki goes about her business, just stops talking about the former company, tries to move on her life, is not antagonizing people on the internet to go after the company for being fired. She wants to.
This is I assuming the counter program they're talking about is a message from Nijisanji En. So that's the counter programming they're talking about there.
To move on with her life and go back to doing her own stream. And so on one stream she was doing pretty early on, this was a Neopets stream. It was going to be very lighthearted and fun. And all Dragoons are very happy to watch Neopets happen in a peaceable manner. We were all calm. And then, counter programming her exact stream, Any Color generated a presentation on YouTube to further debunk Doki's claims while she was streaming. It was an extremely awkward counter stream. It was assembled with very low technical quality. Several people were involved as presenters who seemed to not want to be presenting this information. And it created giant audience backlash. It was a disaster. It was the kind of follow-up you'd have for a different cultural context and a different audience. The EN audience was furious. Doki had to stop her stream because her lawyer had probably called her to try to address the situation that was happening.
I don't know whether her lawyer called her. I think her lawyer probably told her in that situation that in case this happens, you need to immediately stop your stream, right? I think she was told if they make a statement or they do something like this, you need to stop your stream. That's probably what happened. Or she probably got a notice of it and she's like, oh, fuck, right? So that's why she stopped her stream right in the middle of it. I doubt the lawyer call. Usually lawyers are like the slowest on social media, so I doubt it. But it's possible. It is possible. But there's some speculation on the whether her lawyer would have actually called at that point.
On YouTube, in public, in front of God and everyone.
Yeah, she said she had a prepared. What I remember was she said she had a prepared statement from her lawyer about it. So I think there may have been a little bit of a prep for her. Oh, she said her lawyer was calling. Okay. Am I wrong? Okay. You guys got it. Okay. Cool. She said her lawyer was calling. All right. See, I stand corrected. You're right. The lawyer was calling. I got the detail. Or am I slow? Yes, I am. I'm just a slow Florida lawyer. Thank you, guys.
About this legal matter that several documents already been filed and signed previously before this kept continuing out in the public eye. Rarely have I seen such a colossal mess unfold in public from a company that is this large and has this much money. It was a moment in time I will take with me for the rest of my career.
Sorry, I have to laugh at something in the chat. Slowrida. Monkeys in the chat for Pecoro's monkey, which I need to help me with this. By the way, this was the stupidest thing for them to do ever. Dropping this message during a stream brought more attention to it, and it brought the attention of all of the Dragoons. So if the Dragoons were not weaponized before, they were weaponized now, right? So this is the problem, is they cut off her stream. When they messed with the Dragoons like that, when they really just came over and just slapped them in the face, that was when they really kicked the hornet's nest. When they did it during the stream. I think if they didn't do that and they went down a different way, this would not have played out the same way. But because they did it like that, that was a bad one.
This could
Amazing.
be an actual university lecture.
Sure.
It will be. Next slide, please.
Sorry for the occasional flashes.
Oh, by the way, but hold on. I don't think he's saying next slide, but let me just put this here. The counter presentation was not required. There's no requirement they do that, even though they said they were, well, hold on. It felt like they were compelled to speak. It felt like a hostage video, right? Even if they were not, but we don't know. It's speculative. They might have been forced. We have no clue. Also, this is a good point. I don't know if he said it out loud. The CEO follow-up was not culturally masked to the target audience. It was subtitled in English, but he was acting Japanese. His apology was very Japanese. So the apology was very targeted at Japan. It would work in Japan. It doesn't work here. And it might work in Japanese, but it doesn't work in English, right? Because there's a lot of culture and subtlety in Japanese that's just not there in English. So that apology kind of was a nothing burger. It was a weird nothing burger. But the more off-putting thing was the counter presentation by the other talents, by Ike, Alira, and Vox, which literally just poked the hornet's nest. And then when you had Vox saying that he's reviewed every single document that was supposed to be confidential, that's a big problem, especially when Doki said it was supposed to be between her and her lawyer. So that was a huge thing.
Pomufied desktop. When I change Windows, sometimes you get a little flash of that, but I think it adds to the ambiance. So, all right. Next slide.
Well, we are always Pomu.
That
will always be true.
We're still Pomu.
Yes. Yeah, it was extremely poor. So let's find the inflection point when the video was released. So the stream happened on February 13th, and we were starting to see a plateau in sub growth. She was going to probably cap out around 500K and probably hang there for a while and slowly build back up.
Dokibird subscribers, right? Not Nijisanji subscribers. Okay.
These are, I did not, that was too many charts. I just made one.
All right. Here's a chart.
So this is, thank you. These are Doki subs.
Mm-hmm.
I pulled this from Social Blade, I believe. And we see that for a while, it was starting to level out. She had gotten back about a little over half of original subscribers. And then this other video from Nijisanji came out. And
she's
then everyone,
above this now, by the way, guys. I mean, this is now old analysis a couple days ago. If you want to look over here where Doki is at this time, like right now as of today, she's at 629 subscribers. She's 629. She's doing damn good. Like Doki is doing fine. So her subscriber quote unquote problem or whatever, I mean, that is not, there's no problem there. She's doing really well. She's only picking up as people cover it. So once again, these people covering it on the internet are getting people to subscribe to Doki, right? So all of this coverage has only been good for her, which is why I say it is a net positive, right? The more people that cover the Nijisanji versus Dokibird issue, the more it has gotten love for Doki. Even the haters, right? Even the haters have kind of driven attention to it and driven, I think, people to watch her because honestly, like she does good stuff. I was watching Doki play what is it that Helldivers 2? Helldivers 2. I was rolling laughing. We're just talking about like the super citizen versus the babies. It was like pretty hilarious because there's like 3 newbie players on Helldivers 2. It was pretty funny. Like that was actually really funny. I watched like 5-6 minutes of it, and she's a really funny streamer. Like I genuinely enjoyed watching her stream. So like once again, it's only giving more people exposure to her stream. Only.
got really upset, and then everyone started to fly behind Doki's banner, and their sub growth accelerated tremendously, and now she's crested over 600K really in less than a week. So she gained a significant number of subscribers off of this thing, which Nijisanji did. But how could this have happened? Next slide, please.
By the way, I'm still not over the Nesticles. Like the Nesticles reference. Come on, guys. Come on.
Do you know who Barbara Streisand is?
Great slide. Great slide.
This is a good one. This is a very good one. And this is very, 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 very much something that I think everybody on the internet should know this, right? An attempt to suppress information can lead to wider publicity. If you are actively trying to hide something, that's why you should own stuff that is your problem. If you have a problem or you have a weakness, just go ahead and own it, say it, and then get it out. Like that's better than trying to suppress something, particularly something that is easy to find.
A talented actress, a director, a very intelligent person, but she made a very critical mistake almost 20 years ago to the day. And that mistake she made was getting upset at a photographer who had photographed her mansion off the coast of Malibu. The photographer used a drone or something, or got up there and used a telephoto lens and photographed her mansion, and she didn't like that, so she sued him. And the lawsuit brought about more publicity for the picture than could have possibly been imagined. That pub was free. And so we think about major errors like this as being part of the Streisand effect.
Yes.
So next slide.
This is very true, guys. So like, this is why, if there's a crisis or whatever, you have to get ahead of it, right? And you have to talk about it, because if you don't talk about it and somebody else does, and it's proven true, you lose a lot of credibility.
Please. If I were to advise you as a company.
Oh, this is careful. He talks a lot about legally. I like the legal here. So this is good. So he's talking about it from the PR standpoint, but I see he's got the word legally here a lot. So let's see what he has to say about the legal side.
Of any kind, but any color in particular, I would do it like this. I would have 4 major points I think we can learn from this gruesome incident. If you got to sever someone, and you have to post about it publicly, as few details as possible is probably ideal. If there's a legal reason to post more information, by all means do so.
So this is something that's very important, right? Do what's legally required. Most contracts, at least like generally contracts, do not require you to post on fucking X or Twitter. Okay, let me just be very clear. Most contracts for employment, in fact, I very much doubt that contract between Doki or between Selentatski, right, or the person behind Selentatski, right, and Nijisanji, I doubt that it's said in that contract, we must post your termination on X. That's probably bullshit. It probably does not require that. That is probably not required by the contract. I highly doubt that. I highly doubt that. I think they did that because they felt like they needed to do it, but it wasn't legally required. So that severance, that termination, that was not done just because it was required to be done that way. In fact, we have the proof even from Zion Lanza. They even gave less detail for Zion Lanza when they terminated her. And they've terminated other people and graduated other people with far less details. You do not need to give that level of details. So this is why, for this one, I know that Nijisanji was not. I don't need to read the contract because you see it with other people. You see it with other people. Let's continue.
We should only post what you were legally compelled to do and nothing further.
Agree.
You should not make an argument.
Agree.
You should just let things go.
Agree.
And say what it is you have to say and then move on.
Yes.
Because while I know people in management get hurt feelings and they have emotional lives and they have struggles and they are upset at losing giant contracts and looking bad, the health of your brand is more important than your feelings. Your money is more important than your feelings. So if you get your talent signed an NDA to protect yourself, do not remove your own protection and violate the NDA, because then it can make it way worse. And you don't want that. You do not want any more smoke or problems. If the lawyers handle your problems, let the lawyers handle your problems and then move on.
What? What did he just say? Let the lawyers handle the problems and move on. What a fucking, oh my God. Wow. Shocking. Remember when I said PR loved me? Remember I said marketing loved me? Because we just handled their fucking shit quietly behind closed doors without anybody seeing. And it all was away. You know why most companies don't have this shit out there? Because we quietly handle it and it just goes away. We do what lawyers do best and throw money at the problem because we like money. We're money grubbing shysters. We take the money, we give it to other people. We're like, here's money. Does this make the problem better? Yes, this makes the problem better. Problem goes away. It's magical. It's magical how that happens, right? Big brain move. And you don't need to lose 10% of your value of your company when you do that. You can just pay them a little bit of money and go away. Honestly, for a company like Nijisanji, give her the $200,000. Give her the $200,000. It's worth it. Your PR value for just giving her the $200,000 and walking away. Just walk away. It's so good. Just give her the $200,000. That's all. That's all you need to do. And I know there's all this guilt about capitalism and everyone's all guilty. No, let's love it. I love money. You love money. It's really an exchange of value, right? And we're saying, look, yes, we value you, $200,000. Here you go. The value of my comfort as a company, of the PR of my company, of the brand of my company is worth more than $200,000 for a corporation the size of Nijisanji. That is the gas bill on his yacht, if it exists. Right, if it exists. $200,000 is a cruise around the Tokyo Bay on a Tuesday, okay? They can afford $200,000. It's not a problem. They can do that. And they should have done that from the beginning. And then after they're done, like he says here, sign an NDA, sign a non-disclosure agreement. They can't talk about it at all. And you're done. You've got money. They're happy. They got money. Everyone's done. It's great. It's great. You got to let the lawyers handle it. Now, the lawyers are working in conjunction with the PR people, in conjunction with other folks within the corporation, in conjunction with the CEO. They have to all work together. Okay? Not just one. Got to all work together. Let me just get an instant shut up and take my money meme here. Yes, very good. I hear this guy's suggestion, but letting lawyers just handle it doesn't play into Kurisanji's power fantasy of owning people. No, you can't let your power fantasies get the best of you. I'll tell you that, Dr. Katzball. Contrast with the current gold standard, HoloLive. Their termination notices go due to a breach of contract the talent and company have elected to terminate. The end. That's all you need. That's all you need to say. Even that might be too much, but you know what? Just keep it at that. There's a breach of contract. We're done. Boom. That's it. That's all. And once again, as Felsley says, facts don't care about your feeling. Absolutely. Siraxis Fox says, you have mentioned that general legal education of the public should be improved. What resources are available to the public to better educate regarding the laws? The internet is full of lies and attorneys are expensive. Well, that's why I try to have my channel to help you guys be your own judge and to help you look up things yourself. Now, once again, you do need to be able to synthesize it correctly, but honestly, doing your own research is a good first start. One of the things that lawyers will try to do is they will try to charge you money for stuff you can just do basic research on your own and handle. Now, oftentimes, if you live in the United States, a good place to start is your state bar association. Often if you go to your state bar association website, right? So I'm in Florida bar, Texas bar, New York bar, California, Colorado, wherever else. They often have a lot of free resources and free educational material. They also have educational material for lawyers. And despite how lawyers like to pretend they're smarter, we're actually not that much smarter than your average chicken. So if you just go out there and you read the legal education documents and you know how to look at them, you know what to look for, which is what I try to help you with on this channel on how to spot issues. It's very possible you can at least get some basic comprehension of the general issues. Now, I have to give the disclaimer that reading legal texts, reading cases doesn't make you a lawyer. Yes, don't go out there and represent a client. But are you more generally educated? Yes. And there's nothing against general education. That's what I'm trying to do on this channel, is raise the level of general education, general legal education. That doesn't make you magically a lawyer, but that it lets you navigate these situations in a more wise way and avoid problems before they ever fucking start. Thank you so much, Leprechaun Gold, for the 20 and for the $4 super sticker. Appreciate both of those from you today. And a Shadow Skippy says, you like to talk with interesting people. Would you consider getting these two on your stream? Yeah, sure. Even if it's just talk about comms. Also, people should sub there for this base VOD. Yeah, I'm enjoying the jiggle physics. I'm not going to lie. Jiggle physics are looking good. I was pissed. I was watching the stream and also been playing Neopets as well for the first time in 20 years. Yeah, I would be pissed too. And it woke people up. People were going to be happy. Look, if they just went back to letting her play Neopets, they just went back to absolutely, just letting it go the way it was, letting her do her own thing, letting her buy, it would have been fine. It would have been perfectly fine. But no, they had to screw with her. They had to screw with her stream. And the last thing you want to do is screw with a stream, because you know what's going to happen.
Fuck you! Fuck you!
What's up? I love the chat, by the way. You guys are the freaking best. Make sure you smash the like button. We got 3,529 of you in the chat today. Let's smash the like button. Let's have a little fun in here today. Thank you all for joining, and I appreciate everyone who's out there, whether you're a Dragoon, whether you're part of BLM, whether you're just a general casual watcher. It's good to have all of you in the chat today. We always have fun on this channel. Oh, real quick. Thank you. Welcome. Great as a member. Appreciate you and welcome. Welcome to the BLM, the Basic Legal Mindset. Euro said, have you thought about collaborating with Nux Taku? We've already talked behind the scenes. We are going to collaborate. We can't collaborate on the contract thing. There's some details. I can't go into them, but we can't collaborate on that. We're going to collaborate on something else in the future whenever we have something that kind of overlaps. But yeah, we're talking on Discord. We're cool. The anime guy says, if it's stupid but brings in fat stacks of cash and are casualties, then it's not stupid. Rule 1 of being a Marine, any grunt in legal mindset's case. Yeah, it's true. It's true. If it looks stupid but it works, it works. Okay, and I'll get this last one here from Hellpike, who says, unrelated, but could you recommend me to a book about business or economics? Thank you. I love your streams, bro. Honestly, I'm not an economist. I read Freakonomics, kind of like that. But in terms of like money, I actually like Richest Man in Babylon. It's more of a personal finance advice, but it's a really good one. And I like parables. Maybe it's my like background and my like repressed background of almost being a pastor, but not, but kind of like swerving that hard for the world of lawyerdom. But I like the almost parabolic way it's told, like a parable. And The Richest Man in Babylon. So I really like that one for like personal finance. About Story from Wall Street, I actually like Monkey Business. It's a story about investment bankers. It's actually written from like a kind of more of a narrative standpoint, and I like the narrative format. So Monkey Business is one I recommend for talking about like what it's like to work in as like an iBanker. It's really interesting. Anyways, let me continue with this.
Because even though you might have a legal ability and right,
and yes,
to complain.
Yes, guys, I just said monkey, so I expect to see a bunch of
monkey.
I
expect that. Let's continue.
And to say things about a person's previous performance, it is unwise to appear like you're retaliating even if you are legally able to do so, because people will still see that as being bullying and being unfair.
And here's the other thing. Here's the biggest thing about this. Even if there's no crime here, because once again, I've said this before, I'll say it again, not a Japanese lawyer, not a Canadian lawyer. I'm not the one who's going to be filing this case. It won't be me. My name will not be on this case. I will not be going to court for Dokibird. However, the problem is the appearance of illegality. Let me say that one more time. It's not whether or not something was illegal. It was the appearance of illegality, right? It's the appearance of illegality. Do you understand? Right? You understand? That it's the veneer. It's the veneer. All right, let's continue here.
But I know the C-suite doesn't read. So next slide, please. When you argue with the audience wins. Shut up. Stop talking. Quit it. Please don't do this. If I am a stockholder, I am getting ready to jump out a window out of the behavior of the situation I have seen over the last 2 weeks. You don't have to say things, so you shouldn't say things. Say only what you have to say and then stop talking.
Lead, I've been here for 10 seconds already. Not the speaker. The speaker is Ariat. Ariat's our friend, but we can hate whoever said the stupid shit that he's talking about.
Well, we don't know who said it. That's the part we don't understand. We don't know who said all this stuff because that person hasn't been named. We can guess. Whatever their corporate rep it was that posted this stuff on Twitter, this person.
We don't know who it is. It might have been an intern. Might have even been. We don't even know if it was quote unquote management. It could have been Alira for all we know, right? If we're going with the Gurat theory, it could have been. We don't know. We have no idea who it could have been, right? Who posted that? So, but that person, whoever posted on X, was definitely dumb. That was definitely dumb. Could have been. We don't know. It's not ruled out.
Should not be working at this company or any other company ever again because this is failure of judgment.
Should we watch the CEO video?
If you insist, I don't want to listen to it though.
No, you don't. You don't want to watch the CEO video?
You can play it.
C-suite
I mean,
management language.
Yeah.
I would love to know. I would love to get your feedback. You haven't watched it. Have you watched it?
I have not given them any views.
Oh, okay.
I watched the summary.
Wow. I would have thought he would have watched it in order to critique it because I get that. Look, I understand the principle of like not giving them views, but at a certain point, if you're a professional, this is my 2 cents here, and maybe it's like advice for them, right? You have to be able to watch it and suck it up in order to critique it. Sometimes I know it's cringe. I know it's horrible, but you have to sometimes watch that one view. I'm going to tell you right now, that one single view is not going to really affect their YouTube revenue. Let me say it again. That one single view is not going to affect it from you critiquing it. Okay. So that's kind of a thing. Right. So, and you can also watch it on other platforms. You can watch it on X. You can watch it on other places, right? You can it can get ripped from the internet. Yeah. Modern Life Dating said for 50 said repressed pastor game. We up. Shout out to BLM. Mr. Andrew, give them the promo they want and need. Anybody who's interested in coming to Asia or having a good time in Philippines and Japan and Thailand can always hit me up for sure. And just DM me, and that's the best way to get in contact with me. If you ever want to come out to Asia, because obviously I help a lot of people do that and have a fantastic time doing it. Einhander said, Senpai, did you notice we have a thread in the VTuber channel on Discord for more reacts? Hope you get some good ones. Yeah, I got a couple. That's where I got the disgusting one. Like this one came from the Discord.
Disgusting.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find ones that are very short. My prime reaction, if you have one that's very short, it's got to be like between 2 to 6 seconds max. 6 is like pushing it. Right? Very short. A lot of people send me reactions and they're like a minute. That's too long. It's too long. 800 yen a stock loss is really negligible. No, it's not. It's really truly not. Also, Bidest said, but can you slice, dice, and make potato julienne in no time flat? Absolutely. Absolutely. I may not be a Japanese or Canadian lawyer, but I can do all that. And also some kanji. I don't know kanji. I don't know kanji, man. Or sorry, hiragana. I've forgotten it, man. I've forgotten it. All right. Let's continue here.
We're gonna get your live.
The
feedback.
1080p jiggle physics
know.
is fucking me up right now.
Okay, but look, last slide. This slide's very important.
Okay. The last slide, of course, is about questions. So
yeah, here, Ghana. Sorry, here.
All in all, Doki did nothing wrong.
Dokibird did nothing wrong. Thank you. Technically, it's someone else giving it a view, and you're just Ludo V code into the chair. That's right. I'm giving the view. I'm clicking on it. Yeah. Conversation. If you came in late, we're talking about the Nijisanji drama, and the reason I keep saying drama and it feels so dismissive, because it's actually kind of a big deal. We're talking about the situation with Dokibird / Selen. And the reason I decided to do this is because there's been a lot of conversation about it on the internet for the last 2 weeks. It hasn't slowed down at all. And I felt we were in a unique position.
Crazy Train hasn't stopped.
Because not only is Ariat here a communications mass media expert, but he's also a major Dokibird fan. Like for real. Like
which it's good. By the way, shout out to all the Dragoons, but I will say it's very hard as a fan to take this from a professional way. And once again, nothing he said I really majorly dissent on, but I just got to say, like, and by the way, I do love like his analysis was good, right? Most of what he said was spot on, right? Very much spot on. But it is hard as a fan to remove yourself and analyze it. Like, for example, as a professor, I would expect him to show the video and be like, this is an example of how not to do it, right? Like, or like a message from Nijisanji, right? This is how you shouldn't do it, right? This is how you should not do this, right? Like from a professorial standpoint, you do have to watch it, right? Like you have to make your, like, quiet your emotions, like quiet, you know, the fan part, and you have to go through that, right? It's hard, and which is why perhaps I was in a kind of unique position because I wasn't already a fan. Now I'm a fan after watching Selen and you know, previous content, and now as Dokibird. Now I'm a fan, but I wasn't before. So when I came into this, I wasn't prejudiced for or against Doki. I was just trying to analyze the issue. Now I know. And it was pretty clear.
Most of the people you hear that are like, I have a layperson's opinion on this, or I have an educated opinion on this, aren't VTuber enthusiasts. And most of the VTuber enthusiasts maybe don't have PhDs. So we're just like, we're weirdos. We have this.
Yeah,
like,
it's a weird place to be when you're both, because it can be both a blessing and a curse. Because of course, people that are gonna want to discredit you are gonna say, "Oh, you're a fan," right? So the first thing they're gonna do is say, "Oh, well, of course you're a Dragoon." So you know, that's a problem here. That's a problem. But I actually think, even though they're Dragoons, right? Even though they've come out and said, in fact, he's a super Dragoon, right? It's still, his analysis was all right. So I think it's good to have a neutral third person who's able to say, nope, this analysis checks out. This analysis checks out.
Like unique. Hey, we're professors.
NDF has negative PhDs. Oh no. NDF has negative 39 IQ. Okay, it has negative 39 IQ.
So here's a question: is this one of those type things where they have massively restrictive contracts and are usually culturally pressured to stay quiet? Probably, I would say probably.
I don't have the language in front of me, but I would say overall, based on previous incidents, because there have been several other incidents like this in the past. This one blew up, but based on what I've seen in previous incidents, yes, it's mostly about cultural pressure. But in this case, it didn't work.
Yeah, and just to be clear, we don't have the contracts. The contracts aren't out there, and the contracts are different, right? So they can differ person to person. They can be different individual to individual. So we don't know for sure. We don't have the contract. I haven't seen it, right? We don't have something that is allegedly a contract out there, so we can't read those terms.
And Ariat, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's pretty common for them to post a notice when they let somebody go. But Nijisanji has been inconsistent in how much detail they give.
Yeah, you compare the earlier postings of releases to this giant mess, and it's night and day.
They gave a lot of details when they let Zion Lanza go as well.
Yes,
and then they didn't.
Thank you. Thank you for mentioning Zion. Zig Zion in the chat.
Not 3 pages.
Not 3 pages. No, they really laid in this time. It was a bigger
Yeah.
than usual.
Oh, we got
post.
Rima in the chat. What's up, Rima?
Psychotic. You should never post that much detail about a separation.
Clap
Not in
for Rima.
public.
So it had specific dates and times. So if I'm a corporation, and I'm not, but if I am, and I'm going to sever a contract with somebody, probably shouldn't write a 3-page burn notice.
Yeah, you should not do it in general. You should not do it on X. You shouldn't make a YouTube video about it. You should just not do that.
Should not make a YouTube video about it. Let's watch the YouTube video, Ariad.
Right.
I'm gonna put on the YouTube video. Hang on. I'm gonna put it on full screen so we can see it in its glory. So I had to change my screen here. All right.
Let's gaze upon this video
Let's
by the CEO.
let's gaze upon this video. This is the CEO. This is the CEO. Consider becoming a corporation. It's the best way to protect your personhood in America. That's not a bad corporation. Let's see if we have audio. We do.
It's a quiet in the beginning.
Now look at this incredibly stiff presentation.
But shout out to Rima and the horsey and the horses in the chat. I love the pony brigade. I love the pony brigade. The charge of the light Rima brigade in the chat. It's absolutely great. Oh my gosh. Niji may flop, but Rima goes clop. I love it. I love it. I invited her to come on, by the way. And I just want to give a little bit of shout out, like real quick while we're shouting out channels. Like I want to shout out channels that I just think are really deserving of it. So let me just shout out real quick my girl Rima right here. She is doing an excellent job. And actually I told her that we're going to get her to 40K. And look at my girl right now. She's at 38.3. So we need to get best pony girl to 40K right now so she can fully become the thoroughbred that we know she is. She can become the 100% thoroughbred at 40K. That's the marker here. So let's get Rima to 40K here. She's almost there. She's 1.7K subscribers there. Let's get her there, guys. Let's freaking go and sub over to Rima Even Star. I'll put her link in the chat so all of you can do that right now. Do it now. In fact, I'm gonna pin this. Oh wait, no, I can't put myself in timeout. Did I just put myself in timeout? I think I did. All right. Anyways, let's go back to the chat here, or rather the video here, and watch this through.
Okay.
Just marvel at how bad this is.
Oh, I'm Rick Tazumi, CEO of Anycolor Inc. I'm making this video to speak directly to you, the fans of Nijisanji EN, and everyone who supports the VTuber industry. First of all, I deeply apologize for causing concern to many people. Please allow me this time to address your concerns. First, let me apologize for a misunderstanding caused by the notice published on our investor relations page on February 7th.
We forgot to mention this, but there was a second notice that they posted, and all it said was, to the investors, the impact will be negligible.
It was not.
It was not. Do we know what the impact? Do we have that number? Wait, let me get that. I think I posted that somewhere else.
Yeah, it's something like 15% drop in like one day.
Hold on. Speaking of 15% drop, hey Rima, how's it going?
Hello.
welcome,
Hello, everybody.
Welcome. Were you watching this video that we were looking at right here?
That's well, I just hopped into the stream and I saw you watching that. Who is doing this analysis? Can you give me some context?
This is a smaller channel. It's like Countess Lita.
Mm-hmm.
So she's a VTuber with with a very good model. The chat is a very big fan of her model. And also speaking of which, Zacho Person sent this one just a second ago. The clap jokes, they will never stop. But never, ever stop. But that said, these folks are actually professors. They're both professors, but the little red mage guy, like he's a PNG. He is apparently a communications professor, like a mass communications professor. So he just did a communications analysis and did like a PowerPoint, which is ironic because I also did a PowerPoint before, and like without planning. I didn't know he also did a PowerPoint in this. So this is a very academic day with a lot of PowerPoints.
I love that. I want hard info. Okay.
Yeah. So he did a PowerPoint. So he said this was a huge fuck up from a PR standpoint. He tried to say it wasn't legal, but he actually mentioned the law a lot. And so I kind of came in and said, yeah, this is why PR and the law works together, right? Now they're reviewing the Nijisanji CEO's video, which he hasn't seen. By the way, they're both dragoons, and he's like a super dragoon. So
no way. But so what part did he say was not legal?
No. He didn't talk about the law.
Oh, okay.
He didn't talk about the law. He just said it's not good to be talking about a legal notice, a termination notice in public, right? From a PR standpoint, right? So he said that. And I came in and said, yeah, and from a legal standpoint too, because now this is all public record, right?
Okay.
So, that's where it's like tag team. It's like he's a professional saying one thing, I'm a professional saying another, which means this is just generally retarded. Like Nijisanji and how they handled things was stupid. It was just stupid. And they said it. This is going to make textbook for bad PR, textbook for bad communications. Right.
I wonder if this is okay or considered okay in Japan, but I feel like it isn't. I feel like internationally it's probably bad.
No, it was a screw up either way. I think the only thing is certain things they did were catered to Japan, not America. They were miscalibrated, but that just made it worse. That that didn't make what they said better. It doesn't fix it.
Okay. I'm interested in seeing what they have to say. Okay, this is good content.
It is very good. Listen, I'm only premium content here because we were having that conversation. Oh, by the way, Pillpat says, say hi to our favorite Kitsune.
Hi.
But we were having the conversation. I want to ask you this question before we go on, because what is the difference to you between drama or like drama farming and like whatever not that is? I call it value, but I don't know what you call it. Like, what's the difference to you? What's your dividing line?
Well, I don't think okay, so most people would just clump everything as drama because when you're a commentary person, you comment on stuff, usually you comment on events that are controversial, that are making headlines, and negative events obviously make those rounds a little bit more often. The thing is, people with not a lot of media literacy, they'll clump everything together. But me, for example, I watch like more than 5 hours of YouTube videos per day. So I know the difference between a drama tuber, video essayist, bread tuber, etc. Like there's so much subdivisions.
Sorry, when you said bread tuber, I started laughing.
Yeah, no. It's just like people will frame us as farming drama probably, and that's totally fine if they want to do that. It's whatever, which label they put. But I guess when you start talking about stuff that's not facts or that's like speculations, I think that's probably more falls into the drama farming, or like all the breaking news stuff, but you talk about them before verifying the info, a little bit like what Hassan does. That falls more into the drama.
Super speculative, super, like that's why I don't like to be the first to break something. I mean, maybe I'll be the first to analyze it, to synthesize it, but not the first to break it, because that's sort of you're trying to be the news guy now. You're trying to be the this just happened and I got the skinny, so come to my channel, versus okay, I've taken in all the facts thoughtfully and now I'm analyzing whether this is good or bad.
Yeah, you can comment on it and like present it, but you don't have to be very like this is for sure true or this is for sure not true. Yeah.
And like I said, it's a value to put stuff together. And I get that, like, you're, obviously the big documentarian, right? And I show people on your channel, like, which by the way, we've almost gotten you to 40K now.
Yes.
We're so close.
So close.
But it's awesome to get these documentaries. You can see, like, I watch a lot of these, right? Boom, 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 boom.
Nice.
Because exactly, like, for example, I just watched your one on the rise and fall of Russia because I'm planning to cover that, right? So without somebody like you who synthesizes it into one video, I wouldn't be able to catch up as much.
Yeah,
right?
it's
So
difficult. There's a lot of
yeah.
stuff that like you had to be there when it happens, or you gotta like dig really deep to figure out. And by the way, I'm actually working right now on a video on a part 2 for the Rusia video.
Oh, I should wait till you finish that before I cover it. And then maybe promote your part 2 on my
Yeah, we could talk about it.
Maybe. Let's
There's
talk
just a
about
lot
that.
more that happened with her.
Let's
Like
talk
it's a
about that.
developing
Yeah.
story.
And that's what I'm trying to like catch up on, right? So it's like you need somebody who synthesizes it, somebody who tells you the story, right? Gives you the facts, and then can update it, can give you more information, can give different analysis. So look, my thing is, if you're adding value and you're not just pointing, shouting, or
Yes.
do whatever, it's much, much, much better. And I think that is the actual, like, that's not drama to me. I don't call that drama.
Yeah.
I call that value. Like you're delivering value.
Yeah, it's like reaction content. Some people call it lazy reacting, but when it's a professional, especially that gives value on a reaction, I think that's so interesting to watch. Like I watch all the lawyers react to Succession episodes so they could break down like the different business trades that were going on.
Yeah, and we see things that normal people maybe don't see. We see something we're like, I see what's going on here, and that's actually really interesting how, we can kind of reflect on that, and it's adding something that would not be there otherwise. If it's just me pointing and saying your mama's so fat, that's different. That's different.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't great.
So that they just finished the CEO, and the CEO said,
when I say it's catastrophic, I'm not underselling. This was a disaster from top to bottom.
Oh, by the way, gosh damn, Tank Rat 50 and then another 50, 100 memberships from Tank Rat. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Tank Rat. Thank you so much for bringing my attention to this. Thank you so much for supporting the channel and being a long supporter over there in the Gulf. Appreciate you, brother. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a great time out there. And thank you so much for supporting the channel and supporting me for such a long time. I really, really appreciate you. Also, shout out to Dreamwreck AC for 5, and then Hypnotic and Rapture, who also became a member.
Nice.
Thank you guys. It really helps supporting the channel and helping me do this. And wait, is this another 50? Another 50? Tank Rat. Thank you so much, man. Are we up past 200? I think we're up past 200 now. Memberships, new memberships here in the chat. Literally, my back end is lagging. So thank you so much. Appreciate that. And thank you for the support of the channel. It helps me do this and cover these type of topics and cover new news day after day after day. Oh, real quick here. One for you, Rima. Rima, by any chance, are you related to Sergeant Reckless, who is the war horse hero of the Korean War? Haven't heard of her. See the fat electrician.
Haven't heard of her yet. But I'll look into it.
Silberry says, chat's clopping, but I swear I'm here for the plot. Will the horse joke stop? We say, nah.
Oh my God.
Easy clop.
Easy clop.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. There we go, guys. All right. Well, we all appreciate it. Thank you. Let's continue with this.
Before they did this, before Slim was separated, they had done a stock buyback to try and anticipate the stock damage from letting her go because she's one of her largest female EN talents.
Yeah,
they were that concerned about it, and it didn't work.
Is this confirmed that they bought back stocks?
Drop.
Yeah. So they did do a stock buyback. You have to publicly notice your stock buybacks. So this is something that they did do. So that is factual.
Okay.
Nijisanji EN did a stock buyback. So they're not like cash rich right now because obviously corporations, they carry varying levels of cash on them. Oftentimes they're very leveraged with debt. So it's something that we're very interesting to see the benefits of it. I've actually covered this when I covered Disney. Disney's in a similar situation where they went and they spent all their money on dumb shit, right? So now they're in a bad position in regards with cash, right? Because they just don't have a lot of cash on hand. They've spent a lot. They have to borrow, which you borrow at non-favorable rates. So Nijisanji, in terms of handling screw-ups, they don't have a lot of room to just pay for stuff right now because they've gone out and they've issued a dividend and they've done a stock buyback. A dividend is when you pay people for how many shares they own. So yeah, it's a lot. Xyler Warrior for 10. Thank you so much. And then Jay Westby 65 for 1.
Nice.
Appreciate you, Jay and Xyler Warrior. And then Tankrat said, yep, just want to mess with the chat feed. Thank you so much. You literally just destroyed my back-end chat feed. I literally can't even read it right now anymore. Thank you, Tankrat, for just dropping the bomb on that. We're at 230 memberships today. And guys, say thank you to Tankrat if you receive one of those free memberships.
I don't like to accidentally flash my desktop, but it looks something like this.
King, I'm available for consulting.
Whoa, that stock is taking a hit.
Yeah, they're officially in the red from when they first started. But
Yeah,
I mean,
that's-
So the
Wow.
post to the
I have
post to the
stocks with
investors
Hololive
list,
right now,
there
and
won't
I'm
be-
also down horrendous. So I hope it goes
After
up again.
announcing the
Wow.
termination
It's
of
pretty
Seren's
formidable.
contract,
Hashtag not financial advice, because I know the
Yeah.
hater channels will be like Rima and Andrew are giving financial advice.
No. Don't follow what I did. It was horrible.
Definitely do not follow my financial advice either, guys. Let's continue.
received questions from
Oh,
investors
God.
regarding the impact
chart gives me
this
anxiety
will
every time I see it.
have on
That
company
chart is
performance.
bad.
Yeah.
The notice was published to respond to investors. In the notice, we unfortunately used the expression negligible to describe performance impact. Our wording lacked consideration for the situation and caused Nijisanji EN fans and everyone who supports the VTuber industry to feel that Anycaro Inc. undervalued the impact of Seren's contract termination or Seren herself. I deeply regret this outcome and will be rethinking how our communication in English is done.
So yeah, instead of doing engineer disasters, we could all do PR disasters. What if we started a podcast, the PR disasters podcast?
That'd be
And you
good.
told me about amazing PR disasters, and I asked stupid questions.
It's got legs.
I mean, it could be
They
fun.
should do that. Yeah, I would be down with that. I think that could be a niche,
Yeah.
right? Like especially like a VTubing niche. Like find your niche, right? Like be the PR people, for the VTubing community. I think that'd be cool, right? Like that's a specific thing where you can just make out your territory and be like, hey, yeah, now we're the PR people for that. And there's room for that. I mean, there's room for people that have good opinions on that. So yeah, I think that's
I feel like the
Go ahead.
VTuber industry is like so saturated with just gaming people, and I think
Right.
if you do want to stand out, you have to give some kind of value, add a value to. I think when you go into a niche like this, that's more informative. It's you have very high chances of piercing because there are people in the VTubing community that are hungry for this information. I think it could
Yes.
work. Yeah.
and want something a little bit different, right? I mean, yes, you can still, you can still cover what you want to cover, but you can just add your angle to it.
Yeah, exactly.
So, and by the way, look at Raisin Dragori, who says, and now I'm a Rima fan, but I've got a question.
Nice.
Is Klopp a reference to ML Plea? Because I'm scared.
Oh yeah, because I just discovered yesterday that cloppers actually doesn't mean what we think it does mean. It actually refers to people that watched hentai of the My Little Pony show. Yeah.
You just figured that out? Out?
Yes. Wait, you guys
I
knew?
didn't know that. Oh, I didn't know that either. Oh, I had no idea.
Wait. It seems like you were familiar with this. So Fallside is a brony.
I'm playing this video.
Yeah. You play that.
I'm just playing the video right now. We're gonna play the video. Look at the video, guys. Hold on. We have I have a new reaction. It's appropriate.
Disgusting.
Okay.
Without a doubt,
Alex,
Seren was.
I'll look into
integral
it. I will
to the growth
consider
of
building up
Nijisanji EN.
a limited series.
As a company, it is truly unfortunate that our relationship ended the way it did.
Mhm.
We regret that the notice we published on February 7th was worded this way. We made it sound like our company does not value the hard work of our libraries. I deeply apologize.
Okay, so how do you feel about this? Do you think that's the primary issue with that particular notice?
Oh God.
Well, this goes back to my earlier slides.
Mhm.
The problem you think you have is not the problem your audience might think you have.
Okay.
So I imagine that in the perspective of the company, that was a problem. They interpreted that as being the problem. But in truth, the audience thought a different thing was more important to discuss, and that thing is still not being addressed.
Next,
Also, yeah, it's not sincere. It doesn't come across as sincere. His body language is very stiff. He was not coached well. I really think the people who advised him should be released.
Oh.
Yeah. It's very reading off a telephone.
I agree with that, by the way. I think they should be
Really?
fired. Yeah. Whoever told him to do this and also told the other employees to make that statement, right? And now if it was Avalira's own doing, then I think she needs to be considered for that, because if she's acting like management and making those decisions on her own, then that's bad. But whoever advised them of this PR take does need to be fired, because this was extremely mishandled. And they said it earlier, and I said it too, and it's the meme, right? They would have been okay if they just shut up.
Yeah.
Like, this would never be an issue if everybody just shut up about it.
But you don't think they should have brought the CEO there? Because it is common practice in East Asia to have the CEO like bow and ask for forgiveness.
Do a full Japanese one, with him bowing and doing all the Japanese stuff subtitled in Japanese, right?
Yeah.
And then do it in English, like an English one, right?
Yeah,
do it in
English,
English, like an English style, right? Do have two. This is for the Japanese audience, it's for this, right? And they're two different audiences. And maybe you don't release this one on X, maybe you release it like directly to Japan, you do it to Japanese media, right?
True.
Or whatever. But I don't think Japanese media even knows about this issue as much as English. So I think the English response was the important thing, and this is not conducive to an English audience.
Yeah. Also, I think what the PNG guy pointed out is that they're not talking about what we think is the issue. So what do you think the audience is the issue? Do you think I thought they're not addressing the graduation letter? Like, they're not addressing all the Selene mishaps and blaming her for the reputational disaster. They kind of addressed everything but that.
They're avoiding that topic.
Yeah.
No, and that's kind of, he said this in his PowerPoint, but I'll say it. You got to own it. You got to come out there and address it and have a reason for it, right? And if you're going to come out there and do it, you can't just say, oh, well, we deeply apologize in general. No, you have to come out there, and if you really are going to do this, you have to own your flaw and say, hey, look, we screwed up or whatever, or just don't say anything. You have two choices. You can either stay silent or you can acknowledge it, right? But this level of dodging it does not work, right? It just doesn't work. All right.
Okay.
Prompter. Although bold of them to do this only in English.
Well, that's the audience they are addressing. They understood the audience.
Right.
They didn't change the message. And that part's where a lot of people have problems.
Be providing a safe environment where the rivals can maintain good mental health. We take full responsibility for this situation, where not only IndieGoGo Inc., but also our rivals are receiving hurtful messages. I deeply apologize to our rivals and to everyone who supports them. Company actions have led to the distress of our rivals, and we are taking this situation very seriously. Please understand that some rivals may choose to temporarily step back from social media.
Understood.
Yeah, at least they address that.
Continues to communicate with rivals to provide any and all support in every way.
Yeah, you go to grounds that got so bad.
We will be implementing several new internal systems to ensure that the rivals.
I wonder why it got so bad for them personally. This is one of the history's mysteries.
By establishing things such as better reporting systems, we aim to create an environment where we can better identify and resolve issues more quickly.
Now, for those of all that don't have the background as well, the reason some talents took more blame than others is because they were the ones, they actually asked the streamers to deliver the first PR message.
Yeah, and that's
Right.
the problem.
So people that didn't know
Yes.
that.
Yeah,
So
this thing was
they
overshadowed
actually
by the
looped
previous
right.
message.
They
So
looped in.
Yeah, this was in the light of that, which just made
Yeah.
it worse on him. He didn't really
Yeah.
say shit, but he didn't make it better,
yeah,
right? Like I'm not even sure he knew what they said in the other message.
that's what I feel too. It's disconnected, like Nijisanji always is. They never know like what the right hand and the left hand is doing. It's always
right.
just two separate things.
Yeah, it's very, very disjointed.
So
Also, I can assure you, King, they do not have a good exit clause, and many folks are now deeply marooned in this problem.
yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. They did use the streamers as the first people to deliver the first message. With several of the streamers.
Top to bottom, this is one of the
Next,
worst
I'd
disasters I've ever
like
seen
to
a media
address
company
the concern that
unforced.
has been raised by fans who have been supporting the VTuber community regarding whether Anycaro Inc. has been supporting Nijisanji EN enough. Regarding YouTube content, we did not have official programs available until fall last year.
I literally don't know what he means by that.
Other than
Yeah, me
content
neither.
for the 3D event in July,
I don't think he does
and
either.
the canceled Nijisanji EN Live colors in February last year. There has been a lack of 3D live content. However, in
No,
the
it's not
meantime,
sabotage. Here's
we
why.
have spent the
No
past
sabotage
year
could be as
because-
effective as this. If you were trying to do this on
Right?
purpose, you couldn't do this much damage.
and working on strengthening the EN staff so we can better provide content for Nijisanji EN. Since last year, we have also started multiple new projects that are still in progress. In addition to supporting rivals on activities,
Better
we hope
provide
this will
content.
Yeah.
Better provide content.
Yeah.
help improve our Nijisanji EN content offerings.
Yeah. Wait.
One of
Was that
them
our
is
problem?
game
Was that the
event
problem we thought
series
they had?
That was scheduled to be held.
Well, they
on
didn't
the
they didn't
11th.
jiggle the keys hard
However,
enough, I guess.
Oh.
Considering
And this
the
caused a problem.
situation after recent events, this event is being delayed.
Professionally,
so that
I
we
don't
can
think that was the
properly
problem.
direct
So,
our
come on, Psycho Crusher for 1999. This explains why working conditions at Nijisanji are so bad. It's run by Kim Jong Un. Come on, that is not, guys. That is not how Kim Jong Un looks. This is how Kim Jong Un looks, guys. Come on, get it together, guys. Get it together. There can only be one Kim Jong Un on screen at a time. Only one. Thai internet. Come on.
full
Mhm,
attention to reviewing and ensuring the quality of our rivals' well-being. As a company, we intend to do everything in our ability to support Nijisanji EN and meet the fans' expectations. Finally, I apologize for not just recent events, but also pre-existing areas that needed our attention.
It really
Our
just
rivals
doesn't come
are
across well.
irreplaceable,
No.
each and every one of them. Beyond being business
It's approaching the
partners,
wrong
they
problem
are the most important
and doing it
individuals
as forcefully
that
as
we must
possible,
protect as a company.
making the existing problem
To
worse.
everyone who has and continues to support the rivals, I am very sorry that situations were allowed to arise where our dedication to their well-being was not clear. I feel that this should never be the case. Once more, personally and on behalf of our company, I apologize to you all for causing concern. As Anycaro Inc.,
Now we
we
start
will
getting an
do
apology that would
everything we
almost
can
work.
to ensure
Mhm.
that we create and maintain an
Secondhand
environment
embarrassment.
where
Yeah.
the rivals can succeed in their creative
If he had
endeavors.
stuck the landing a little better, this could have been salvaged somewhat.
I am
But
not going
he
to
almost
play.
got there.
I'm not going to play the one from the Livers because it's, first of all, it's a black screen. So
it's terrible. It
yeah,
looks bad.
yeah, it's pretty bad, but I don't feel like I
It's
want to
really
play again.
bad.
But I knew you
No,
hadn't
it's
seen
bad.
this yet, and I wanted to get your opinion
It's
on
true. Why is it a black
this
screen?
because
That was like they had any color and they chose black.
Yes.
You know, and it's like, and the accusation is black company. They didn't even take 2 seconds to think of the optics on that.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Also that this is black. It's like, and is this, I think this is their corporate branding, but it just, in the light of the accusations, I think black is a bad company as a background motif. Right.
I think they wanted to put the black because they're like, oh, this is a serious issue and you want to look serious and stuff. And
Right.
the whole tone of the thing was very doomy. It's just
Morbid.
yes, exactly.
Morbid tone. Very morbid tone. No, it's any color. No, comrade. Throw streamers under the bus. Keep throwing streamers under the bus till problems go away. Like Disney blaming former fans. Exactly. Any color but white. Okay. Oh no. Okay. Invite false pony to the team. Pony. And then here, where's the violet pony? Team pony assemble. Oh man. Oh, it's
We
officially...
miss false anchor's voice. I love how he tells us all of the Mimi VTuber lore in his like news anchor voice. It's perfect.
It's perfect. Hey, you know, like the continental voice.
Yeah.
Also, faulty Pillar says, I can neither confirm nor deny that I knew what Klopp meant before Rima said it. Own it, motherfucker. Own it. Own it. Own it. Own it. And Silberry said, I told you, I'm here for the plot. Oh, that's really funny. Also, real quick, Tank Rat says, the only on Legal Mindset can watch two corporations tank so much, circling the drain. Iger's Disney and now Any Color Niji. Castle, Monkey, objection. Yes, chest out the monkey and the objection, right? So that are two new emojis I've gotten made for this channel since it started, and there will be more coming. Also, my ping tuber ping is coming right now, and I'm very excited about that.
Nice.
When it actually PNG when it finishes. Let's see what this guy finishes.
That would actually cause the most. Yeah, that one's bad. That one's hard to watch or listen to, I guess, in the case of because it's black screen.
It's like a hostage situation.
Yeah,
like they had taken them hostage. It really comes across as that really bad energy. Also a disaster. If they had stopped there and not done this, it probably would have faded away somewhat. But they kept compounding it.
And it is interesting because of, in light of what you said, where you said the problem that you have is not necessarily the problem the audience thinks you have. I mean, here he's talking about, we want to create more content for you, which nobody said there wasn't enough content. That was not a thing anybody said, I don't think, at any point in time.
No.
If anything, there's too much. It's hard to keep up. But the problem was more with the process to approve that content for the people who were streaming. So, yeah.
I think there is a question of more quality content. I don't totally agree with this.
Let me stop here. What do you say? So say that, Rena.
I think there is a question of like people were complaining that they weren't putting out enough quality content in terms of 3D concerts, and that's more what he's addressing here, which isn't directly correlated with the Selen Tatsuki graduation notice. That's why maybe not everybody knows about this, but they do have a pattern of not giving their livers 3D content, which is usually why you join a company. That's why you join a corporation, because these concerts like are high investment stuff and they're large events. So, you know, people have this expectation of corporations.
Yeah. And it's something that's expected in the industry, and they're kind of lagging, right? They're viewed as like the stepchild of 3D concerts.
Exactly.
So, okay. And that makes sense. So it's a criticism he's addressing that may be a valid criticism. It's just completely unrelated to the handling of this.
Yeah.
Right. This is not it's not because they didn't give her a 3D concert. It's because of Last Cup of Coffee. Right. Because they screwed her on that, right. So this is like, he's explaining something, but it's not related. It's not related. Charlie Spur, who's gonna get the axer, says, I watch VTubers for the plot. Sorry, Rima, my eyes have a mind of their own. I'm gonna send you to horny jail. All right, continue here.
And like the initial problems that led Doki to want to quit
Mhm.
was that her pipeline was being congested too much and she wanted to do more work. A problem you normally would not have an issue with as an employer.
Right.
If an employee wants to do more work and is willing to pay that out of pocket to keep doing work, that to me seems like an opportunity. But in this case, they somehow managed to make this person, this workaholic, into a problem they had to sever.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
She worked too hard, too much work, worked too hard.
She was too good.
Too much high power, and it turned into an issue basically. Because a lot of these VTuber companies, they have a really long pipeline to get your ideas for streams and stuff. You have to wait to get them approved. Yeah, so she was making them look bad. Yeah, basically.
Now, I will say in the defense of the company, because I don't want to come across as being too down on the idea of the
company. The guy's already said he's like a super dragoon, and he was like literally in the Neopet stream at the time. You know, he started by like selling us my Oshi. You know, it's like, okay, I get like you're 100%. It's not accused. It's like you said it, bro. But I get why. I get why.
But I do want to see somebody come out, and because I haven't heard that, like somebody come out and give the best defense of Nijisanji they can. Like actually.
Yeah, it just because the thing is, it doesn't make sense. Like when you try to go down one way of defending it, there's something else they do that undermines that defense. You're like, well, they were just doing this to protect themselves because they overreacted because they were afraid that this was, for example, the mistranslation defense, which is, well, they misunderstood the threat from Dokibird. They took it as a threat that she was going to go public with the information and that she was going to drop it and expose them. So everything they're doing is a reaction to that. Okay, but you wouldn't have needed to do everything that you did. And also, if she was threatening to go public, you'd want to make sure that your story was consistent, not disjointed, right?
Yeah, that too.
So it just doesn't make any sense, even if you were kind of panicking that she was going to go public. And also, she never gave you a timeline, so she never said, "I'm going to go public tomorrow." So you didn't have to do a same day announcement that like you did there. It was really just
was
weird.
Super rushed. Yeah, but
very rushed.
Legally, what's you'd say the best defense you could give Nijisanji? Like, what's their strong points and what they've done so far? Is there anything you're like, oh, this is going to be tough for Doki, or are they
legally,
just screwed?
Yeah, legally, the thing is that no, the biggest thing is probably won't be a case because it'll be such a burden on Doki because of the doxing, because of the cost, because the emotional burden, right? But from a Nijisanji standpoint, they could just say, hey, we're just enforcing our contract and everything we did is kind of within industry norm for Japan. Maybe it's a little weird for America, but this is the industry norm there. We're just protecting our IP. Japan's a little bit tougher on IP, right? You know, we're just doing that. Now, there's holes you can poke in all that. Right. But they're going to go with the best defense you have legally from them is we're just enforcing our contract. We're just enforcing our policies. Right. We're just attempting to protect our current employees who we have obligations to. Right. So everything we've done, you should view it in light of protecting our duty to protect our current employees.
Okay.
That's not bulletproof. That's definitely not
bulletproof.
Not.
Even though it's in white, it's like black font on white, like they signed a contract. A lawyer could still argue that like the contract was too tough, or maybe bring out some past cases where like, look, this is how it panned out.
Right. Yeah, they could still, a good lawyer can argue both sides, right? A good lawyer can argue it, and there's enough for a good lawyer to poke holes in the Nijisanji case, and a good lawyer defending Nijisanji could just say, look at the contract, it's all in the contract.
Okay, great.
9 times out of 10 with judges, especially old judges, they don't like to look outside the contract. So that part does weigh inside of Nijisanji, and we have not seen the contract at all whatsoever. I guarantee you it's written in favor of Nijisanji. I guarantee you the contract would heavily favor Nijisanji in almost every single way.
For sure.
So, their best defense is, well, we're right under the contract. Now, I think it would be stupid from a PR standpoint, even if they could win legally, to sue Dokibird. I think that would be very stupid. I think that'd be the worst thing they could ever do. This would draw way more attention to it. I think that their best bet is to shut up and go away.
That's a good point you bring up, because they might win the court case, but they're not going to win the public's opinion. Actually, it's going to look like they're bullying like a smaller person.
correct. It's David and Goliath, and you don't do
Yes.
that. That's why I talked about earlier, Rima, people were bringing up, the dozens of small channels that might critique you or me or False or somebody else who's covered this. And I'm like, I don't bother trying to pick on them because it's just not fair. It's like, and also they're not bringing any value. So why should I try to debunk them? They're not bringing a good argument.
Well, there's no point.
No point. There's no point. You just give them more attention and it's better just to ignore them.
Yep. I agree.
Some of this comes down to Japanese copyright law being very, very strict.
Oh, he's making a law argument.
So there is an argument there. The company needs a process to get things approved so they are not held liable in a Japanese court.
I love how he's like, I'm not going to mention law, and then he proceeds to use law repeatedly during his presentation. It's funny. It's just really funny, because it's like, yeah, I did that too, bro. Like I did that too, and it's kind of the meme of Japanese copyright is tough, and that's why I tried to show you guys a little bit of a window into Japanese copyright law, a little bit of a window into moral rights. Once again, I've said a million times I'm not a Japanese lawyer, but the information I showed you on my previous streams was just the English translation and just us reading it in plain English and seeing how it's much, much more strict in terms of moral rights, which come into play here, particularly with first publication. So them trying to enforce those Japanese moral rights is probably one of the reasons why they require them to get permission before they post it, right? That's why that's so important to them and why they freaked the hell out when she just posted it.
That part makes sense. However, when you build at scale and don't plan a process to handle that scale, you will encounter problems, as we see in many tech companies today.
And I think they grew very rapidly as far as their outreach to the West. So maybe that was also just a culture clash there.
It's definitely a culture issue.
Lawyers don't scale well. Yeah.
They don't. Lawyers do not scale well.
There's also the fact having to deal with that, anything that remotely
need buffs.
from the script is full blown panic. Yeah. That it does seem like that was what happened here for sure. Well,
so norms, standards, practices, these things are important.
Sure. Thank you for being on the stream with me today to discuss this.
Oh, you are quite welcome. I can provide more lectures as the audience requires.
Yeah.
Cool. So that's about the end of that one. Guys, I like that video. So actually, hold on. Let me show you this one I'm going to do right here so you guys see me do it. So because I said I would do it if I liked the video. I said I would like and subscribe and I would comment. Nice. So I'm going to now subscribe to the channel. I'm going to like it. And then I'm going to leave a comment. I'm going to say, great video from a PR professor's perspective. I wish you so many drama clicks and much subs.
So she's also a professor.
Yes,
or not.
I think they're both they're both professors, I believe. But I think she has a different subject.
Okay.
So I think she has a different subject. So, but it's her channel. So I guess he's just a dragoon that threw a ping in there.
Nice.
And did that. So yeah, cool. But good video. I'm glad to see that. Yeah. Thank you. Who sent that to me? I forget who sent that to me, but I appreciate that. It's much better than me to review this because people are tagging me. Rima, this is the type of stuff I get tagged in now on. I'm going to show you. This is what I get tagged in now on X. Right? You're
trapped now in the VTuber rabbit hole.
Yeah, I'm deep in the hole now. I am so deep in the hole now. I can't go out. I'm done. That's it.
I saw this tweet.
Right? I'm just I don't know about this. I've been focused on studying about Rusia. Do you Rima, do you have a second? I'm going to go through some of these chats. I don't know how many of them are for you.
Okay.
Cool. So, hey guys, says I find Tazumi saying that they'll implement a better system to manage information concerning. All I say is make a copy of the VODs covering any color's big mess and don't get memory hold. Yeah.
Yeah, but he mentioned that he's going to have a better reporting system. So I was like, what do you mean? What did he mean by this? Is it just going to be stricter, on pointing out mishaps for their own livers, or are they going to report people like me who comment on it. Like, what does it mean?
Well, I don't know what the reporting means. Like, are they going to, they're going to report YouTubers, or are they talking about like, they were talking about copyright infringement reporting, right?
I'm not sure, honestly.
Or were they, because they could be talking about internal reporting.
Yes,
like reporting internal incidents.
That's my two hypothesis. Like, is it internal or external? And yeah,
if it's internal, that makes more sense. Because I need to pull up that job posting again, but I believe that part of that job posting, the $8 an hour quadlingual job poster, I believe part of that was like due diligence is $7.50 an hour in the US. It was like due diligence and like some reporting duties. So I think it might actually be the fact that they didn't have a true managerial staff, and now they're trying to like back end managerial staff that they didn't have in the first place. I don't know. That's
crazy. You know, like the HoloLive managers, they monitor their livers 24/7. Like, even when they're live for 10 hours, there's at least one manager in the chat to make sure that, you know, the world doesn't catch in flames. So
yeah,
it's crazy how hands-off Nijisanji is about everything. They're hands-off, but when you need something from them, then they're not on it. They're not on top of it. So it's like an annoying dichotomy. It's like an annoying contrast.
Well, they are hands-on when it comes to like firing you. That's like the one thing.
Exactly.
When it's like Zion Lanza or it's like Doki selling, they're really hands-on about that. They're like, oh yeah, we'll fire you right away. We have no problem with that. Right, but we're not gonna.
Yeah, they're really hands up when they think you messed up.
Yeah, it's like changes very quickly, very quickly. Valhone says, Selin produced quality content for Niji. Dragoons are loyal for reasons, so I wasn't surprised with the mass exodus. Thanks for coming. It's fun to watch. Yeah, and like I said before, you guys heard me when I was saying earlier, I've started to watch Doki a little bit more. I watched her when she was playing Helldivers 2 today, and like it was really fun. She's a good streamer. She has that really cute laugh. And like she's just very engaging. She makes you want to listen and like follow her. And like I don't know, she's a very good streamer. Like she's just a good streamer. So and she's a good gamer too. So that kind of helps. Like she's actually talented. I was before I got in the VTube sphere, I was used to watching like seeing people gaming on Twitch and just being really trash, but like she's actually good. Raiden says, FYI, if you didn't know, one day after they terminated Selin, they released merch with Selin in it. She needed permission for ex-livers in her music video, but they didn't need hers for merch. Shaking my head. They're still selling? Did you know this, Rima?
What's still selling? Oh, they're still selling it. The merch. Yeah, that was part of the graduation notice. The merch that they produced of her in 2023. I just wanted to make sure I got the years right. They said that they're going to keep selling it until it runs out of stock. They were also supposed to release a voice pack with her, which I think right before it came out, they pulled it back because Twitter was like shitting on them so hard for everything. So at least they didn't release that Selin voice pack, or people would have want to rip their heads off even more.
Yeah. Cool. Let's continue here. Let me ask you about the topics I said in the comments section already. Last video you covered already. Do you think it's acceptable in cooperate? Huh?
Was the last stream your stream on Zion?
My last stream was my 130K stream, Kieran. So sorry, maybe my head is not. Well, hold on. Let me see if you like asked me another super chat here earlier today, and maybe I didn't see. I'm scrolling up right now because I've got 40. So maybe I missed you. No, I didn't see you earlier.
Oh,
so
he means corporate. That's what chat is saying.
Oh, corporate. I'm sorry. So no, from a corporate standpoint, sorry, that is very true. From a corporate standpoint, so that was one of my perspectives. And that will be one of my perspectives when I give my summary for normies. I'm doing a video, Rima, like Dokibird and Nijisanji for normies, because a lot of people have asked me to do it. That are in non VTube area, and it's not acceptable in corporate anywhere, right? And not in America, not even internationally. It just seems to be very weird. I guess Japan can have a very specific market, and people can say if it was Japan speaking of Japanese, it would have been okay, but it's not though. And we can't pretend it is, right? We can't suspend our belief and pretend this is Japan and talking to Japanese people, because it's not. You can't talk to international folks who have different conceptions and different ways of communicating and also different laws. You can't just talk to them like that. And you can't give the appearance that you're committing crime, or rather, even if it's not crimes, committing employment violations, labor violations, even if it's not an actual law break, even if it's not, let's pretend it's not, it's an appearance of one. That's the problem, right? That's a huge problem. When you appear like you're breaking the law, even if you're not, that's a problem from a corporate counsel perspective. That's what a corporate lawyer should worry about, that your perception can be tied to your perception of doing stuff that's illegal. Even if technically what they did was okay under Japanese labor law, that doesn't make it okay in the minds of the public. And certainly the dragoons are already weaponized against them on that.
And perception is everything, especially in corporate speak and corporate image.
Yes. Meanwhile, Zion got fired for distributing merch backlog. Yeah, a mouse pad, right? A mouse pad.
Yeah.
So I got that one. When arguing against the audience wins. That's why you don't argue with the audience. You're just like, yep, you go. That's right. Next one. Next chat. The black screen stream, they could have chosen any color and they chose black. The racist VTuber, choose any color but white. No.
Oh my God.
L Win says, they shot themselves in the head and hoped the bullet would hit Doki in the foot.
A ricochet.
But you're not wrong there. You're really not wrong there. It's like, yeah, they shot, I would say like they shot something in the foot and they hoped that it would hit Doki at all, right? But I think she's relatively survived this. Now, obviously, we're all thankful about that she's, okay, in a better mental place now and that she's fine physically and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I mean, she's thriving on her channel. I just showed her channel and I'll show it again, guys. Probably, let me update this. It's probably it's 630K since this stream has gone on. It's almost at 630K. It's 629.
This is an example of how controversy can make you more popular. Like now she's even more, people know her name outside of the VTuber sphere too, because a lot of normie streamers have covered this exact case. So it's not always a bad thing to be caught in controversy if you can make it work your way.
Yeah, and I say that people are like, all mad at us normie streamers getting it. But it's like, yeah, now we know it. And now the people that are normies and pay attention, they're gonna support Dokibird.
Yeah.
So what do you want? Do you want us to like ignore the issue and not cover it and like, just like never say anything about it? Or do you want us to bring attention and justice for her and also put out the PR about what this company is doing? I think you want that.
Oh, I've already had this talk where a lot of the VTuber industry, I don't know why they love gatekeeping, because they're like, oh, it's my little treasure. I don't want other people liking the same things I do. But I always say, what would your Oshi want? Like, doesn't your Oshi wants to get as much reach as possible? So by gatekeeping other people from watching them, then you're cock blocking your favorite streamer,
Yeah.
Their goal is to grow.
There's good. I have a thing. There's good gatekeeping and bad gatekeeping. I do think there's good gatekeeping in teaching people the general rules and the norms of the community, right? Just like you guys taught me, like you, False, and Gator, everybody else taught me like the norms, like past lives and referencing them, and things like what might be perceived as okay versus not okay. Like it's good to like, okay, if people come to you and they genuinely want to know, like, and they genuinely want to learn, that's one thing. And they have an actual interest, versus people that are just coming in to cause trouble and then they're going to disappear. Right.
Yeah.
That I get that. I understand that. And there's some people that like, they're not invested at all. They just want to cause trouble and get away. And I get that. There's a reason why that is good to keep those folks out. But I think in terms of like your Oshi and like the support for your Oshi, you got to think like you want to win the broader PR war.
Yeah.
And the way you win that is by getting everybody on your side.
Yeah. I mean, even me, like as I'm growing, I can tell that some of my fans would rather that, I stay within my own group and I keep doing the things that I used to do, but it's doesn't work like that. It's an evolution.
Yeah, that's not how you grow. You grow by collaborating.
Yep.
Kieran says, just like Seiyu, let's get Rima to 100K.
Yes.
Silver play button. Forget me for advertising. Please support Dokibird and Seiyu. Yuki being racist, Wilson. Viva clapback at fans. It is so not okay. It is okay, but no Seiyu bad. Yes. And let me just go here. So yeah, no, we obviously support our girl Rima. She is absolutely doing fantastic, and she's already look. We got you. I think we just bumped you up a little bit too. 38.4. She's now.
Let's go. Thank you, guys.
So let's go. We're almost there at 39. The next stop 40K. That's where we wanted to get our based pony girl. And then I also had somebody who said here, where did they say? Oh, I forgot that super chat.
Who said clap back?
Clap back. No. Oh God. Oh, here it is. Show Rima Fat Electrician Sergeant Reckless. I'll just show her what Sergeant Reckless is. It's a specific horse here. I'll just show you this. I don't want to show you any play any video right now, but this was a horse during the Korean War, right? So it's a very, very special horse. Very special horse. All right. Next we got now the irony. Niji PR does great work if you aren't Niji. Or Niji.
Yeah.
Oh, here you go. Bringing the truth of Seiyu right here, right now. Seiyu was hated for making dark humor jokes like kids and grape, but other Nijisanji livers were doing it and they got nothing. Double standard. Well, I am really a person who despises on my channel, and I despise my coverage double standards.
Mm-hmm.
I really feel like everything should be enforced equally. If we're going to enforce rules against one person, we need to enforce them against all. There should be no reason why one person or group or view gets preferential treatment. I think if you have a policy, it's got to be equal, right? We want equality. We don't want this dystopia where it's rules for thee and not for me. That's not the world you want to live in, guys. Trust me. Can Niji make and sell a Sellen AI voice package to make money off of Dokibird's voice? That is very interesting. That would be a novel issue of law. I don't think they could ultimately. And I think that Doki could stop them from doing that because it's probably outside the scope of what they signed on for, right? But it would be a very novel issue of the law, right? This is a thought, and this would be a problem in the future for folks who try to do that. For example, let me give you an example. Let's say there's an illegal AI voice package manufacturer in Kazakhstan, right? It's named a random country, right? Sorry, Kazakhs, I love you, but I'm just named Kazakhstan, okay? And they're creating a Sellen voice AI voice package. Well, the only people that can go over that, I think, are Nijisanji. I'm not sure, though. And Doki might also have a claim. It creates a novel issue, like who goes after them? Who goes after the voice? I'm not sure about that. I'm not positive. I haven't read the contract. I don't know what rights they have to. They just have rights to the model. It's just the voice plus the model.
There's no AI regulations and laws yet, but that's in progress. They have to enforce or make up new laws to control this whole new industry.
Yeah, they will. It's just like with VTubers, they're behind right now.
Yeah,
it's clearly behind. It's clearly not sufficient. That's what I said in the beginning of this channel. At the beginning of the stream, I had 8 things I learned from this crisis. And for those that may have missed that, I'll pull this up in a second again here. But one of the things I said is that this industry is still growing. It's not matured yet, and it doesn't have the right way to handle things, right? So they don't know yet how to handle many different areas of VTubing, right? So obviously it's still growing, right? Corporations are unprepared to handle VTubers.
Yeah,
they don't know how to handle data privacy.
Everything that's internet related, they're just not ready yet, and our politicians are too boomers to make any changes about it.
They're giga boomers, and they have no clue about it, and they always try to bundle it. They always try to bundle it with something that's so stupid.
Yeah.
And there's always some sort of pork or some sort of other BS in there. It just doesn't work out properly. By the way, lesson number 8. Oh, hold on, I gotta go back.
That's a nice PowerPoint.
Yeah, it's a very nice. I'm good at this room. I'm good at my
That's
PowerPoints.
Shondo.
This is what I do. It's what I do.
Oh
Yeah.
my god, you put
yeah.
those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's extremely based. Extremely based waifus. That's the lessons I've learned in the last week. Rodri, new member, welcome. Kaito Mash says, I don't condone gatekeeping in VTuber communities, but I do understand it. Take Iron Mouse, for example. She's spearheading the VTuber community into broader audiences and received death threats from the other side. Yeah, so that's not okay, right? And that's the sort of people that, I'm okay being filtered out, right? So
Yeah. But at the
like,
same time, how can you filter those people out?
it's hard. It's
at the end of the day, like a death threat is not the end of the world. I read death threats on the daily. You just block and move on. I think I'd be much more affected by. Oh, I get some plenty, but for me, it's just white noise. I don't get affected by this. I would get much more affected by somebody who would like dunk on me intellectually online with like some mind-blowing argument. Then I'd be like, oh man, I really messed up there. I was stupid. Like, I'd be mad about that, but I wouldn't. I don't care about those kind of things at all. Like, unless they send me a picture of like my door with my address and everything, that's not scary to me. That's just the internet.
Yeah, well, I've had I've had death threats. I've had people threaten me, but I mean, those are on topics where I was covering the law and it was on very controversial cases. And I understood doing that people were going to come for me. I mean, I have a little bit of insulation because I'm in Asia, so most people can't even read the language of the country that I'm in right now. So what are they going to do? And nobody can find my address. Nobody can find my address because it's literally not in any system. Right? Like there's no digital system. So go fuck yourself. Right. So like, please do try to come at me. It won't happen. It won't work, right. And like I laugh at all the other attempts to do stuff. Right. So it's like all those folks will do it. But at the end of the day, most of them are absolute cowards and they're not going to do anything to start with.
Exactly.
And second of all, it just shows how desperate they are because they can't win with an argument. So they have to resort to those dirty tactics and those name calling and death threats because they don't have an intellectual argument because they're not intellectual.
Exactly.
They can't actually argue. It's pathetic.
Yeah.
I agree. Quick. Tinkerats for 100 dinar. Says, on Iger's Disney front, day after posting Johnny Depp hit piece, Vice closed its doors. Vice had about $400 million of Iger's Disney money invested in other L for Disney. Yeah, and the ABC lawsuit over the COVID vaccination. So they've got a lot of stuff coming down the pipe for Disney. There's a lot of issues on that. I'm going to do a general news catch-up stream, not tomorrow, maybe the next day. So I'll cover a lot of issues, including that one. So definitely get that for my normal viewers and normal non-VTuber coverage.
And they ruined the last X-Men movie after buying the franchise, and I'm not going to forgive them for that. Never.
Dragon VT says that's why I said earlier, like people are going to anime, people are going to the East because the West is just sucking. Using AI for voice belongs to the actor. Hollywood is dealing with the issue right now. Studios can't use AI actors because real actors want their approval. Yeah, dude, Dredgen, but I'm also wondering, is this international? I don't know. This is actually something I'm telling you genuinely. I don't know this. I have to do the research, right? I know that Hollywood is dealing with this issue, but is Japan dealing with this issue? I don't know if Japan has any case precedent for this. I don't know if other countries have case precedent for this. This is something that it's going to be new across the globe, and there may be conflicts, right? You can imagine where Japan says that companies can use the voice, but America says no, because there's different corporate interests. And I know this is really a little bit of a black pill, but corporate interests do really heavily influence legislation.
In the States, yeah. Well, I guess in the West,
a lot of places.
Yeah, in a lot of places. Yeah, you're right.
Of places, even in Japan,
like corporations hold more power than countries now, which is crazy. They have more money than countries.
Well, yeah, and it's more complicated in Japan. There's a lot of stuff going on, right? There's a lot of layers to Japanese politics, which once again I'm not at all even going to comment on. But what I'm saying is like there's interests involved, right? Have you read about the PDK KP take on the situation? I've got it. PDK KP. Rima, do you know who those people are?
No.
Yeah, sorry, I got no clue. I got no clue. If I did, I would answer. I just don't. Kieran says, "Oh, one more. I don't care if I get hate bombed." Vox says there's no favoritism, but calling out right now, Vox said a lot of bad stuff and gets away with it. Scarla resists management, gets punished. Yeah, I mean, that's the accusation, right? That's the garret, right?
We don't know that Scarly did get punished.
Well, I don't know about the Scarlet part, but that Vox gets favoritism, right? That part is kind of like
actually Scarly is another person that I think benefited from the controversy and came out stronger because people were worried about her. So there was a lot of new attention on her, and she probably got, I haven't looked at her charts, but I'm pretty sure if we do look at it that she got an increase in subs or donations probably.
Oh, okay. That's good. That's good. I mean, it's good. Hopefully she grew in subs. I mean, speaking of growing subs, we got another 100 right here.
Oh, let's go.
Let's do it. Monkeys in the chat. I want monkey emojis in the chat for that, guys. Come on.
monkey.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
That.
Let's do it. All right. It's just, I'm never going to stop using that. It's just like permanently in my rotation. Let's see here. Cynical Outlook says, on the topic of AI standards, regulations, and legislation, I was at a conference last week on this, and the rules are in the pipeline with drafts already published. We're working on it, right? But it's behind. Like, this shit needed to be done like maybe 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Because we've already gone down the road with AI and gone down the road with some of the stuff that we're already behind, right? Like when Taylor Swift is getting mad at AI, like because it did some naughty things, it's like, yeah, AI has been making lewds for like the last like 10 years. Like, you know what I mean? Like they're way behind on this. Yeah,
and companies have these plans in their backlogs for 10 years in advance. Like when companies give out these seminars and whatever, they already have a plan, like a 5-year plan and a 10-year plan. But if we are only reacting in terms of law, we're always going to be behind.
Correct. You got to have proactive law, not just reactive law. And this is where we need to get to. And this is why I get frustrated with politicians. And I'm not trying to make this into a political thing. This is not even about your political party. In general, no matter what your affiliation or country is, it's lagging behind, which is often why I say the law is not going to save people, right? What is going to save people is getting educated and pushing for change in these issues and pushing companies to act right, shaming them, or rather holding them responsible and accountable when they fall out of line. These things will happen when you hit them in their wallet, when you're like, you know what? No, I'm not going to buy that merch from Nijisanji because I don't believe that what they did here was right, right? That actually does affect them. It really does. And we've seen this with other scandals where it's not necessarily like there's no lawsuit, but people just punish them with their wallet. They just don't go there anymore. Kieran says, the fun fact to show Luxium gets favoritism despite Vox saying there's none, gets the most attention, immune to rules, basically, gets a channel, only them. Luxium and Noctis are their cash cows. Okay, I don't know who makes the most money there. I haven't actually.
Wait, I don't gets the most attention. Immune to rules gets. Well, Luxium does make the more money. Yeah, they have like millions of subs. Meanwhile, the girls have like around 500, 600K each.
And how much do the guys have, general?
1 million and plus.
Whoa!
Yeah, and they're also always on the top like charts of the that website that counts the top YouTubers weekly, yearly. Playboard, yeah, exactly. They're always on like
the one I was just
Playboard
showing.
Charts. Yeah, you were on it.
I was on it, but then people were calling me out because of that, but it's fine. Get good scrubs. But if you look at like Japan, right, and I'm just going to show you this, right? For example, super chats. Let's just look at Japan, real quick. Most super chatted channels, right? Here, right? This is all VTubers. Right? It's like, look at this shit. Nijisanji, Alban, Linen, Ao, Fuamoko, Manji, Marie Calapi, Rosemi, Hina, Narissa. Like, it's all, this is like so VTuber heavy. Like, Japan is VTubers, right? So it's just really good. And then like even worldwide, like there's still some that are up there. Like you see, if you're talking about, that's daily, but even like yearly on the yearlies, Kiori's up there, right? You've got VTubers, Chloe channel's up there. Vox Akama. Look at this shit.
Yeah, Vox is always up there. He does
Bro, that's nuts. That is nuts, okay?
Yeah, he's
absolutely nuts.
Yeah.
So I get why the people get angry. Like the those folks come out of the woodworks and just spurg out for anybody attacking their Oshi. I get it. Zoe says for 100 Swedish krona, Swedish Dragoon here. What's up? Ike likes worrying about doxing based only on his name being released as valid. In Sweden, there are multiple public websites where just a name can give you their address, phone number, age. Yeah, there's a lot of information you can get once you have somebody's name like that. Even in the West and other countries like Canada, US, elsewhere. So just a name is dangerous. Just a name is very dangerous. And here's the other thing too. They can come after your family. And that's the worst part. Right?
That's that's the part that's actually scary.
Because I don't care about me. I care about my family too. So, you know, yeah, that is scary. Kieran says, one more lesson. Yuki, Vox, Vivi, Wilson. These 4 will get fired if they were in any other agency. Yuki is racist. Vox, what he said. Wilson, Vivi Wilson clapping back at fans. Nijisanji is blatantly showing favoritism. Well, frankly,
what if Niji told Vox what to say? Then they wouldn't fire him, right?
To be honest, when you're bringing in this, and guys, this is Thai bot, so just understand this is not dollars. But like, still, when you're bringing this in, like, you can, you're getting a little bit of favorite. You're gonna get some favoritism.
Yeah. I've spoken to like somebody that's worked in a lot of agencies or done consultation for VTuber agencies, and they told me that favoritism is actually like it's very common in most VTuber agencies, and I didn't know about this, but apparently it's a thing.
I mean, to be honest, have you worked in Rima? Have you worked in? And don't dox yourself, but have you worked in like a corporate setting before?
Not really, but I've worked with I'm basing myself off like modeling agencies. So obviously the top earners are gonna get pushed more often for the bigger jobs. And there's all the other girls that are sitting on the board just in case you get a client that's like, I don't have that much budget. What do you have to offer me? And those people are just there kind of for show, but they might not ever get hired. I feel like it's probably like that with Niji.
Oh, absolutely. And I think when you have a big enough corporation, and Niji is certainly big enough, they have enough talent, you're going to get the pecking order coming out. You're going to get people trying to do that. That just kind of forms, right? There's always the suck up, the sycophant, the worm tongue from Lord of the Rings who's just sitting kind of there. Just like, like there's that guy. And don't be that, like, have some dignity. Don't be that guy, right? But that guy is always there. He's always there. And nobody respects that guy, by the way. That guy doesn't respect himself for doing it, but that's just all he knows. It's something that just naturally happens. Vox, fun fact, he has a bad past, not going to sugarcoat it. Vox fans are going to call out to attacking Remo, attacking the fan, then Doki. He has a lot of girls defending him, not dunking on him, but is the truth. No, and I'm not trying to turn this onto a Vox dunk stream. I'm just trying to say, like, he got himself involved in this, right? And so he kind of brought a lot of this on himself. He didn't need to do that stream, and all of them said they volunteered. So
yeah, before that, he kind of was more of a victim of his audience, where he felt trapped in this parasocial relationship that he cultivated. And with
the BFE, with the boyfriend experience?
And he had but he still had a way better reputation. I'd say it really turned after that black screen stream.
Right. So I love, by the way, before we reviewed this video and before I did this review, this channel, by the way, let me show you how this works. And this is why I was saying earlier why I pay attention to good people and don't pay attention to bad. So it had 100 subscribers, like 100 something subscribers. Now it's at 386. Wow. And this video had 200 something views. Now it's at 5.6K. Right?
Oh my God. Let's go.
Yeah. Let's go. Yeah. See, that's what happens. Like, I'm telling you guys, you gotta, that's why the strategy is, and the good thing is to call out the good, to appreciate the good, and to ignore the bad, right? Because you don't want to give that sort of boost to the bad behavior, right? Which is why I just don't even acknowledge it. Rima, speaking of good behavior, Rima even stars my favorite Kitsune.
Yay.
Can you please let me out of the basement now?
Can you please what? Oh, can you please let me out of the basement now? No, get back to it.
Why are they in the basement, Rima?
There's a lot of work to do.
Okay. Improvement said, Rima, are you related to Sergeant Rex? Once again,
no.
Hurts. Oh my God. Nuts? These nuts. I don't know, man. Watch out for copyright. They can come at me. They can come at these nuts, okay? They can come at these nuts. Yuki needs to get over the white guy that turned
Oh my god.
Oh God. Based on how much they live rent free in his head, who hurt you? Who hurt you? Say the same thing to 39 IQ. By the way, I am going to make a 39 IQ emoji. That's going to happen. DECMK says saw stuff like appreciation posts for Scarl being removed from the Niji subreddit might have been removed in his mass removal. Might have been removed in the mass removal. Maybe. I don't know. Was not expecting Hina to already be on that list. She just debuted with phase 2 months ago. What list? Wait, hold on.
Wait, what list? Yeah.
What list? What list? She's fine. And then Hina still fine. She's
What
still with Face
list?
Connect, right? Yeah, what list? Lionel, what list? I'm confused.
Is it the waifu, the based waifu list? Maybe.
Oh, the
that she
based
did?
waifu list.
But she wasn't in there. It was Shondo?
No,
Pippa,
it was
and
Shondo,
Kirsch.
Pippa, and Kirsch. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the three that I've seen.
I'm
like,
making a video on Pippa, by the way.
oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. People are tagging me and stuff and sending me stuff on Twitter. So it's always stuff happening on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Kieran says this is why Niji got 3 strikes. Niji first terminate Zion, multiple graduates, second strike. Selen was the last straw. Also, Rima, can we somehow get her to 1 million? I think she reminds me of Mia Fey. Who's Mia Fey?
I would like to get a 1 million video views, but it's hard. Like VTubers, content creators, there hasn't been a video yet that's pierced 1 million views. But
there's
this other guy that
are up there.
They're close, but not quite. And then there's this one guy that's not a VTuber who talked about the Doki situation, who got his video to 1 million view. No, Mujin. But yeah, I guess Moist Critical and Asmongold's also got millions.
Yeah, but
of
like
views.
the thing with like Moist Critical and Asmongold, they're already multi-million.
Yeah.
Like they've had big videos. So like the thing is, and this is why people who make it salty and like the smaller channels that are salty about like my videos doing well and maybe they did a video and it doesn't do well. I already had a 100K sub channel before this, right? So like if you have a bigger channel, I know this is crazy. If you have a bigger channel, you tend to get more views on your videos.
Yes, that's how it works.
I know it's shocking. That's crazy, people. I know it's weird. Is that weird? Right? So it's even though it's not fair. And by the way, we all think about this because to some people they look at me and they get salty and they get jealous. But I can look at if I had that mindset, which I don't, I could look at Asmongold and Moist Critical and say, oh my God, I'm so jealous. They did the same videos as me. In fact, some of them are lower effort and they got 1 million views.
Yeah.
Right? Or 500,000 views. But guess what? That's not how I think. I'm not competing with them. I'm competing with me.
Yeah.
I compete with me. Did I do better than I did yesterday? The answer is yes, I did a good job. The answer is no, I did a shitty job. So, and how can I do better? Right? I don't compete with other people. You only compete with yourself. Don't do that. It's a horrible thing as a content creator. My one advice to everybody is compete only with yourself and with nobody else.
Yeah.
You will be much happier. You'll be sane and you won't pull your hair out. And who the fuck cares about other people? They're not doing what you're doing. Right?
Yeah. Comparison just kills joy.
Oh, so the super chat list. Oh, okay.
the playboard list. The girl from FaZe was there. Sheesh.
Oh, the girl from FaZe was on there?
They're farming.
Nice. Well,
Okay,
nice.
okay.
I think that might have been the dailies.
Yes, that would make more sense.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me show this here. Right.
Imagine if you get on the annual list just in a couple of weeks.
No,
farming.
No. Is one of these FaZe?
Wait, let me see.
Look at Doki's killing it here.
Yes. I was surprised that somebody had actually passed her in growth.
Shinomiya Runa. Oh. So, yeah, I mean, once again, guys, there's a lot of VTubers on these lists.
That pastor guy is always on top of the list. It's crazy.
Bro, that pastor makes fucking ridiculous money.
How?
But like, they're pastors. Like, that's a separate topic, which is going to offend everybody. But
I probably have your views on this.
Well, you missed the Legal Mindset backstory. I was almost a pastor.
No way.
Dead serious. I was almost a pastor, but I have fallen into making sure the quality is higher on videos so that the chat can see the proper assets that are being offered on the YouTube. Oh gosh. And speaking of which, I am very glad they did not nerf Tifa. I just saw confirmation Tifa has
Mhm.
not been nerfed in the Final Fantasy remake.
Nice.
Kieran says, last thing, let's be positive. Let's support HoloLive for the new year. And can't wait to see what they cook. Please connect
Mhm.
Idol, Prism, Gas Plot. Rima joins HoloLive. Be a lawyer, Idol. W for Holo.
That'd be
that'd be
sick.
awesome. That'd be awesome. Would you consider joining a corpo?
Oh yeah, my well, if it's a good one, yeah, like
A good one, right? Niji is not gonna float for you. Wactor is not
No.
gonna float for you?
no,
Okay.
I'm not too interested in those two. But something
Okay,
like
okay.
Phase, Idol, or HoloLive, hell yeah. I mean, I just have this
Cool.
dream of Yago. Rima, you're perfect for us. Come join us.
Let's make it happen. We can do it. Neo HRT GDV says, maybe this was asked before, but VTuber asked if they could be liable for saying they were going to shoot up. I don't even want to say that.
Uh-huh.
Shoot X business chain if they don't specify location added in Minecraft afterwards. Okay. Just because you like, first of all, the in Minecraft thing is becoming like a known thing. So like, it's not a full legal protection. Like, in fact, there's even a court case where the FBI explained what in Minecraft meant and the guy got a conviction. Right. But that said, I would not advise somebody to say, I'm going to shoot up any business chain. Okay. That's not advisable, right? To anybody ever. So don't do that. Right. Like, just don't make a direct threat. The Brandenburg v. Ohio test is an imminent direct threat of violence, but the judge is going to analyze that. And why do you want to put that in a judge's hands? We've had people convicted for memes, literal memes in America. You don't want to play with what's going down with that. Just don't. Violence is not something you should ever joke about or threaten. Just don't do it. Right. Even if it's legal, it doesn't mean you should do it. Right? Baka Nikujaga says, you read Ninji's general shareholder meeting 2023? No.
I mean, I do. Yeah. What about it?
Well, yeah. What about it? Like, tell me more, right? Because you were talking quarterly statements last time. I was like, whoa. One in Vince is almost a pastor. Time for priest, YouTuber, and lawyer walks.
Oh no, of course.
A priest, a YouTuber, a lawyer, and a horse girl walk into a bar. Rima would be the sane one.
Yeah. Well, when Pipa first started, she also tried to look sane for the first couple of weeks. So, just saying, people are not also always what they look like at first.
Yeah. Look, I'm just gonna say this too. I like Pippa the Ripper. I'm sad she took that. I genuinely like that song. I think it's good. Like I'm very sad that she privated it. Luckily, somebody else put up a version of it. But Pippa the Ripper is a good song.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good song. By the way, I want to say real quick, you were actually wrong about one thing, and this has been pointed out by the chat. So, Alira's video got the 1 million views and 1 million use a black background.
True.
Yeah, this is facts. This is
That's what I should do.
Let's look at it right here. We're actually at 1.2 million views.
Oof.
So they collected some serious revenue off of that. It's unfortunate, but that was the farm. That was like the whole source of it, and everyone kept reloading that, clicking it, rewatching it. So yeah.
Why not put it on their official channel? They have a Nijisanji one.
That you can go into your headcanon and your rats on that, right?
Yeah.
That's a big one. Remy Frick says the FBI is already booking people that said in Minecraft. That's what I was saying, to make an example.
Oh.
It's not viable ass covering. Yeah, it's not. You can't just use that to get out as a carte blanche, right? It's more about like the intent. Like, are you saying it with the intent? But once again, guys, just don't put yourself in that position. Don't talk about violence on the internet ever. It's not smart. Kira says, Rima, he is best girl. Remember that. Join HoloLive. You want to. There are so many members I think you get along pretty well with. Good luck.
Thank you.
So who's this VTuber? And can you give me a rundown on everything real quick? Because I think I missed some stuff in the Dokibird situation, but Niji can screw off. Richard, I am going to do a Dokibird versus Nijisanji for newbies, for normies, etc. So you're going to get that video. And this VTuber on stream with me is Rima Evenstar, and she is absolutely fantastic. She's been very, very kind to me and helping me get the facts and coming on with false to get me updated on this. and really supportive when I have any questions. And her documentaries are fantastic. So I
Thank you
like
so much.
supporting. I am very loyal to those that help me out. So I'm
Same
trying
here.
to help Rima out. Charlie Spur says Scarly regained 6 to 7K subs at least. Thankfully,
Nice.
Rima isn't going fast enough though. She's my other waifu.
Thank you.
Let's see here. Vic Rage says, out of curiosity, should indie VTubers trademark their models? If it is their only main and their only income, is it worth the legal safety? You can't. Oh, indies can. You can if you want to. It's now you got to say, is it worth it?
Yeah.
There's a copyright. Understand, for copyright purposes, there's copyright and there's trademark. Copyright does not require registration. So you have a copyright when you start using something. So you have some ability to get somebody else to take down your stuff, even if you don't register a trademark, right? You don't necessarily have to do that. Now, if you get to a certain period of income, a certain level of income, you should, right? Once you get there, but you're not there if you're making $20 in super chats every month, right?
Yeah.
That's not enough, right? I'm not going to be one. Like, I'm very pragmatic with YouTube. Spend as little money as possible until you make money, and then you can reinvest in your business. Reinvest.
Yeah.
In
Yeah.
Right.
If I get to 300K subs this year, I'll trademark cloppers.
You're gonna do it? You're gonna do it?
Yeah, but
300K?
I set a crazy goal, so I don't think it's gonna
300K?
happen. That's the
You can
point.
do it. Let's get Rima to 300K. We're getting her to 300K. I'm gonna like buy like so many bots. That's gonna be
Oh
great.
my god.
We're gonna make it happen. Attractive horse girl. Am I turning into Vosh?
Oh no, not the Vosh
no.
stuff.
Rima farm subs from racehorse pay. Rima farm subs in a racehorse pace. Chat sub horse. Much. Big Nell says, I think the lack of strong, trustworthy journalists in the scene, as opposed to esports, allow a lot / no one Andes to clog up the dialogue with theories and dramas and valuable reporting. My hope is to, and I really do hope you guys see this with my intent in covering this, is to, yes, have fun, right? I want to have fun, but I do want to bring a level of like serious reporting and analysis, and like have fun doing it, right? We're going to make jokes, stuff like that, but really bring some analysis, some research, some thought into it, and not just stale regurgitation, not just theories with no merit at all whatsoever, or that have no analysis ability to go anywhere with them, right? Things that we can look in deeper and we can actually get good commentary on, and things that are also maybe legal adjacent, right? Or have the appearance of legal issues. That's what I hope to talk about.
I mean, there's the Exerto, but I guess people kind of meme them a lot. We just don't have like a lot of actually news coverage that cover VTuber stuff. It's like, unless it's like a gigantic drama. Yeah.
100%. Let me go here. Next is Potato Radio. Ironically, Honey the horse.
Wait, there's another horse VTuber?
Now you get jealous, Reba? Now you get jealous. What, you said another, so you're acknowledging. So you're acknowledging right now.
No.
Yeah, I acknowledge.
Hold up.
It's done.
Maybe I have a chance. You goddamn crocodile! Go back to the fucking Florida! Go back to the Florida, you fucking crocodile!
I love Henya.
It's such a good meme. Such a good meme. Yami said, so you kind of gave us an okay to find you. I've got it down to 1 kilometer area. I don't dox you, of course. Love the content. Yeah, no, it's 1 kilometer is like the business district of any city, right? So it's like, obviously there's 1 kilometer, right? But there's a lot within a dense kilometer of East Asia. If you check out 1 kilometer in Tokyo, there's probably like 250,000 people, right? So GG. Yeah, like GL.
Yeah, good luck.
Scarl's subs went back up 6K to 5K.
Yeah, okay. There you go. She's popping off.
6 from Door. Thank you so much, Door Rothschild. And then join the Pony Express from Beatus to 40K. Let's see. Biometric voice data used for AI voice is considered PII in UK and EU, so covered by privacy. And that's an update, right? That's based on an update of their law to cover that.
What's PII?
Private information.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Right. I forget what that, like, private something information. I forget. Personal identifiable information or something like that. DeRothschild says, the question for Rima, if PNG tubers count as VTubers, does that mean that the Illuminati saga counts as VTuber drama?
I mean, she has a PNG tuber, but she's not a VTuber. Just like there's a lot of YouTubers that, like Turkey Tom, he has a PNG, but he's not a VTuber.
But can a PNG tuber also be a VTuber?
Yes.
The intent is there. There's an intent element.
It's the intent element counts.
Okay. I like that. It's like a legal analysis. Proxy says, speaking of AI voices, there's a parody of Don McLean's American Pie. It's Mr. Tazumi-san by Glida. Parodies can fall under copyright and possible slander. Parodies could be fair use if it's America. Depends on where it is, what the platform is. Depends on a lot of things, right? As freshly minted Dragoon, the Dragoons have been a very welcoming of newcomers. I suspect gatekeepers are as salty as the DF members. Perhaps. Thrush-Nuva says they taught them to dab on the haters, but not to do what to do when the haters dab back.
They're talking about the Niji livers, I think. Yeah.
Yep.
Probably.
Yep. Potato Radio said, is it cultural when the police investigator apologized and self-deleted after the candy poisonings and 21 Faces incident in the ADS 3D Pamu? I have no clue about this.
I didn't hear about that case. That's wild if this is true.
Why? Yeah, let me look into that. I have no clue about this.
And I am interested in like East Asia crime stuff or high profile cases. I think they're all very interesting. So
did you hear about the Hong Kong? Did you hear about the Hong Kong case with the stew?
No.
Oh, I'm gonna send this to you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, please do.
Oh, it's so good. I wonder if I don't know whether it went to trial yet or not, but it's like you read this, you're like, no.
Yeah, there's a lot of crazy stuff.
When the thing about Asia is like, it's like people are like, oh, it's all nice and cute until it's not.
Until it's dark.
It's really dark. Like Korea, like living in Korea, I learned Korea is a land of two things. It's either super cute eggyo, which is like the super cuteness, the super cuteness, or it's like dark, gory, mortary, like murder, blood everywhere. Like there's zero chill. There's zero chill. It's one or the other. Like you have no chill. Yeah. Which I love. That's the DH haircut, right? DH? I don't know. Nona Silverstar said, apparently there are comments made on Niji stock on finance websites. The yacht sinking has extended past social circles. Yes, that's great. Get out there, spread the yacht sinking memes. They're absolutely glorious. QB said, when will Rima, Kyo, False Nuts, and Usagi team up to form the VTuber Rangers with Legal Mindset as Zordon? Oh!
I mean, we all talk behind the scenes, so we just don't have an official group name yet.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. Like I'm cool with everybody, and I'm cool with like everybody to cover issues. Like I went into this situation trying to be cool with everybody and like just saying, hey man, I'm gonna talk to everybody. You know, let me be my own judge when I talk to people about whether they're good or not. Although I will say, Rima, you had nobody caveating you. Everybody who recommended you just recommended you.
Really? Oh, thank you.
Yes, you didn't have one detractor. Nobody clopped out a line. Rays in Dragori says, I'm now a Rima fan, but I got the question. Oh no, we already got that one. We already got one.
Oh no.
Geronimo Peronimo says, out of curiosity, can you explain brief about these stock buybacks? Oh no, buybacks from suits. That ain't real. Okay, what happens is that in order to raise the price of your company, when your company has profits, you make money, you can choose to buy back your stock. What does this do? Well, you have a limited amount of stock. So when you buy back stock, when the company buys stock, there's a more limited pool of stock for the general public. So what does that do when there's a limited stock? Rule of supply and demand, right? So now the stock is worth more. So it's a way of appreciating the price of your stock. So it artificially pumps up the price of your stock because you're buying it back. You have less shares on the market, right? And contrast that to when you issue more shares. Your stock typically goes down because you're diluting the market. So it's a very easy supply and demand principle. Now, the problem is that they just did the buyback to pump the stock, right? So now that they've fallen, they can't really do another buyback. They should have waited and done the buyback now, but they didn't know this was going to happen, right? The problem is like the worst time thing ever, right? So they don't have the funds on hand to buy back billions of yen of their stock or whatever. Just another wandering Pomodachi says, have you seen the American Pie song parody, Mr. Tomodachi-san? Check and see it. Pretty good summary of recent events. Okay, cool. I think I read that one. Personally, I prefer someone who states they have a bias. I think it dispels many rumors about bias and lets me focus on the merits. Well, everybody has an opinion, right? I mean, that's pretty true, right, Rima? I mean, it's hard to see
everybody
someone who
has a
doesn't have
bias. Yeah,
any sort of bias. But I will tell you this, there are people that can step back and defend both sides, and there are people that cannot, right? And I genuinely do try to think, okay, Nijisanji, like, what do they do? Okay, they hide in Japan, they shut up, right? They listen to a lawyer, they settle here, they get an NDA maybe, that's the best thing for them, right? And they'll probably get out without a lawsuit.
And I don't know if stating that you have a bias actually fixes everything, because Kyo once admitted that he had a bias against Nijisanji after they tried to like strike him, and then people kept on using that argument in bad faith. So if people want to do mental gymnastics to discredit you, they'll use anything against you, and it won't matter what you say anyway.
You literally have to stop caring. That's that's my number one thing for content creators is, and it's very difficult. If you care too much, it's going to be an emotional problem on you. You have to like stop caring about what people think about you in a certain way.
Yeah,
right?
Definitely.
Like sometimes if you start, especially if you go on the comments and you focus on the negative ones, they can really eat you up. You just got to focus on, okay, is this person telling me something positive, or they're just being a jerk?
Exactly.
Niji says, Niji and Talent need a lawyer to come in like Oprah saying, you shut your mouth. You shut your mouth. Everybody shut their mouth. Yes, absolutely. I mean, absolutely. They need somebody just to literally shut everybody up and be like, okay, we're just not doing this. We're not talking about this guy.
Yeah. I used to say that I wanted to be like the Oprah VTubers, and I wanted to bring some people to interview. But then my chat was saying that it's going to end up more looking like Jerry Springer than Oprah.
Yes. It's so true, Rima. It's so true. It's so true. You're gonna get Jerry. You are not the father. Wait, what? That wasn't the question here. You know? The Nijisanji love train is currently being localized by Jap and SEA tubers, so now it's derailing all over the place. Oh, that's great. That's great. When it just gets out and it gets beyond just English. If you want to know anything, nothing legal to my knowledge, but livers put their foot in their mouth. They keep doing it, and that's what gives people a lot to cover, is they keep doing things, they keep messing up. Sean says, I just want to say that I am in the office and Freebird just came on the radio. Topical.
Nice.
Hashtag Freebird. When will we have a debut review of your mask live stream? If you mean when I go PNG tuber, that'll be when it's done, which probably a week from now.
Nice.
Battis says, but you can still slice ice. Oh, I already got that one. I make potato julienne. 25 plus is Christmas cake. 30 plus is a hag. Is that about right?
I don't know. I didn't know about this Christmas cake thing.
A Christmas cake is a Japanese thing. So nobody wants Christmas cake after Christmas. So girls who are over 25 are referred to in Japan as Christmas.
Oh.
Because they're unwed, right?
That's rude.
Yeah. Well,
25 is young.
I've actually heard people say that, right? Like actually say that. And I'm like, whoa, shit. 60 says, I think the biggest fear for a public corporation that's driven by public termination practice is the fear of rampant speculation. Yeah. Caught in 4K with a horse girl. Well, this is actually early in the chat before you showed up. So, oh God, the people say guilty as charged. It was for me, maybe enhancing the assets on that video earlier. Can we get a link? I will put a link to that PR video in the description. So, and I'll do it. I'll actually do it also in the chat. So you guys can see that right now. So I'll put it in the description after this, but it's in the chat right now. So if you guys want to see that later and want to rewind it, you can see that there. And tell them that Legal Mindset sent you. Tell them that Legal Mindset sent you. Be like, hey, Legal Mindset sent me over here to clout chase. It's funny. Just like I said, you got to laugh at these things. You got to have fun. Kuishi said, I remember one time when Coco Kiryu had her parents on stream one time, and they said that anyone could use their voice and third-party company copyrighted her parents' voices against her will. I think copyright struck her video.
What? That sounds illegal and crazy.
That's a little extreme. That sounds like it might be a stretch with the parents' voices, because there's no contract with the parents' voices. Just because you come on a stream doesn't give you permission over somebody's voice. Yeah, that's not a thing. It could be for the liver, but not for the parents. The DNA results are out. Rima, you are the clopper.
No.
Any PR is good PR. Nijisanji, hold my beer. Earlier, when I mentioned the Reacts thread, I meant the thread we got inside the channel only for the short ones for you. Oh, yes. Appreciate that. Skyhark says, could you react to Pippa reacts to her own ad? Not sure if you react to clips the stream. I love to see reaction. So I said it earlier. I'll say it again. Sorry if you probably missed it. So I'm not going to do, I'll do reactions if it's like a orange plus, I'll do it on the stream if it's under 3 minutes. But for the other ones, what I'll do is I pull them up and I'll do like a clip review stream, or like I also owe people like a super chat catch up stream, which I will do. So I will save those for a future time, or I'll watch them on my own. So like, thank you. I do appreciate that. Thank you for that super chat. And thank you for giving me great suggestions, because really I've gotten super comfortable with the community by watching really great clips. But like, I will say 75% of them are Phase Connect. Turkey Sloth says, how long before Niji sticks its mouth in the door again? I don't know. I mean, I think right now, Rima, it seems like the people that are screwing up are the livers. They're not Niji, the company, right?
Yeah.
Right now, this week. I
mean, maybe the, I don't know, speculation, maybe the livers have lost faith in the authority, and now, they're saying whatever they want. I don't know. Maybe we're more looking at them right now because all eyes are on them, and they've been doing that before, and we're just noticing it more now. Who knows?
Yeah. Cody Trickster said, Asia is like Florida. Everyone thinks it's fun and games till people start throwing alligators through a drive-through window. Very, 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 very true. Like, one thing I like to see over here is like, especially with like the big tough guys, it'd be like a super tough Jap guy. He's like 6'9" or something like that. And there's like a small little Thai guy, is like 5 foot tall, and like they'll start acting up, whatever. And the Thai guy's like the security guard. And so they think, oh, I can act drunk and belligerent. And then this guy comes up who like knows Muay Thai. He's all calm. All of a sudden, boom, boom, boom. Big guy, 6'9", just drops like a sack of bricks. Right. I've seen that happen 1 or 2 times when people get out of hand. It's very funny. So don't judge people by the stereotypes that you hear about.
True. You can be a short stack and be powerful.
Very, very powerful. A lot of the bodybuilders won't like train fighters because they know they're just better, even if they're bigger.
Ooh.
Legal Mindset must do a full VTuber debut. Don't wimp out. Oh, we're ramping up. We're ramping up, boys. We're ramping up. Era Boy says, would Doki be German? Niji would have had real problems right now. Even covering medical expenses will be on the table. Vielleicht, ich weiß nicht. I don't know German law. So
me neither. Even if they're freelance, though?
I don't know. Once again, I have no clue. And once again, how is she going to collect on Niji? That's my question. So yeah, under German law, she may be liable, but here's the problem. Niji's assets are in Japan. So now you've got to try to enforce a judgment against Japan. That's not easy. And most countries don't acknowledge recognize each other's judgments. And in fact, even if they do on the books recognize each other's judgments, you often still have to validate that in the court. So you've got to go have a separate court case. So even if, let's say, they won in Germany, well, now you got to go win in Japan, right? So how much money are you spending to go get that? Psycho Crusher says, Rima is one of the few horse tubers that I would love to bring to the tracks. Could use the pocket change. Oh my God. Sub to Rima. Keep clopping along.
Yay. Thank you for your sub.
Maro VT says, watching the PRF go over with your commentary was very entertaining. It would be interesting if you collab with people who know about VTubers, but in different fields to get more insight. Yeah, I'm totally open to it. They just got to reach out to me on Twitter, reach out to me in email, Discord, anywhere. Like, I mean, Rima knows. She's got me on Discord. We talk. So, and I'm like always like, yeah, dude, just hit me up. We'll collab. Like, I'm really open to it, especially right now with VTubers, because I defer to your expertise. right? You guys know better than I do. I defer to you. So I'm just bringing my little comments in here from the almost an outside perspective, a professional perspective, and a legal perspective. Your Honor, Rima pleads guilty to the horse allegation.
No, I plead the fifth.
It's not a crime. It's not a crime. Hey, would AI voice likeness open up defamation? It can, but there's a whole AI has so many legal issues that are just like untapped. And when you start to think about it, it like blows your brain out, which is why we need to start now and pass these things now, because we know that the first version of legislation is not going to cover everything. There's going to be loopholes. There's going to be issues. So, stuff needs to be sorted out sooner than later.
Did you know that Elon Musk like put a chip in somebody's head so they could like
Neuralink?
connect the computer? This is the future. The conversation is going to shift to whether you want to be like half AI or whatever soon.
Yeah. I mean, his argument, I've watched the full video when he like talks about it like years ago, which is like it's going to speed up our ability to interact with technology, because right now we're limited by thumbs, right?
Yeah.
So we can only go as fast as our thumbs, but if we could go as fast as our thought, we could really be super productive.
Mm-hmm.
But that's also really dangerous, because if you can interact with it that way, it's going to interact with you.
That's the thing. Does it block out or do you get your whole Twitter feed like 24/7?
Right. It's in your thing, or it's like it's messing with your brain. Like, I don't want to.
Oh no.
Like, I don't want to go there.
Pandora's
like, sorry,
box.
No. Yeah, that's a box that should stay shut.
Mm-hmm.
Katie Trickster says, never act unconscious around a little old smiling bald man. Terry Pratchett. I can agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
Great thing about Rima, she's outfoxed us.
True.
Hey, it's a first Fox joke today. Well, there was like a Kitsune one a little bit. Lugzon says Pippa needed to be gatekept from glowies.
I don't know what's glowies.
Glowies are federal agents. So federal agents in the U.S., federal agents infiltrate pretty much every single protest, particularly right-wing leaning protests and group. So that's glowies. So there's a famous clip of Pippa explaining glowies to I think like Shondo or something.
She's
or
this
Henya.
Conspiracy theorist. Yeah,
it's great. It's great. Well, some of it's true, but anyways, gatekeep your hobby lest you are gatekept from it. And I think we need a new word for like positive versus negative. One is like protect the morals and principles of your hobby, right?
Yeah.
Like the morals and principles are right. Don't be a dick, but like just understand that sometimes your hobby or your fandom is a way for a reason, and it's okay to have certain rules and stick by certain rules. You shouldn't feel guilted that you all have society communally agreed to a rule, and then a newcomer, a tourist, wants to change a major community rule. You're like, wait a second, let's hold up.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, if they come in and they want to learn your rules, then be nice, right?
Yeah.
Then be nice, right? There's two different types of people. One of them is telling you what to do and they're not in the fandom really. The other one is like they're in the fandom, they really want to get into it, and you're telling them to F off. And frankly, look, I think, like I said, most people in the VTubing community are nice and they're really welcoming, not the other way around. Legal Schmiegel can defend Niji. I'm sure he would try. Best Niji defense, incompetent and underpaid, if they're paid at all. I mean, I think that some problems maybe because they're not paying management. That might be a problem. Malice says the apology should have been in Dogeza pose. Wait, what's this?
What is a Dogeza pose?
Dogeza pose. Dogeza is an etiquette of kneeling on the ground to prostrate yourself. Oh, sorry. So it's this. Let me show you real quick. This, like the full prostration. So like all the way to the ground, right? Foot on the head, right? Like that. Yeah, there you go. So. Yeah, maybe. To quote F16 from HLC. Oh God, I'm going radio silent. It's a good one. Nijisanji CEO chose a background for camouflage. P. Rixie says, have you seen the parody Mr. Takazumi-san by Glai-san? I think somebody else recommended that. But thank you. I'll look that up. Sweet Jesus. This is like Brandon Herrera gun fails. It's pretty bad. Are we feeling... how are our feelings related to Japan honor concept? Japanese, just real quick. Obviously, Japanese honor concepts do come in, but it's very interesting where they come in and don't come in. Typically, it's something where you have a reputation right? And there's a reputation at stake or reputation of the company or the group. Obviously, group reputation comes above individual reputation. So there's a lot of layers to honor that can come to play here. It's pretty deep. Hugo XGA says lost over 156 million. 200K doesn't look too bad. No, exactly. So what I said, Rima, is all they had to do was pay Doki $200,000, and this would all be done.
Yeah.
Like pay her for all of her stuff that she paid for herself, or even not that, just pay for last cup of coffee.
Yeah, just pay the 15,000. Yeah, exactly.
Can you imagine? That is like the best money they would have ever spent. They've spent way more in just legal bills. I guarantee you.
I mean, have they even lost 153 mil? They only lose that if they sell the stocks at this price, right? Like it might go up again. So
correct, yeah. Right? They don't lose till you sell, right?
Yeah.
So their company lost an evaluation, but the point is that from a PR standpoint, $15,000 is the cheapest thing ever to handle a PR issue, right? Just pay the money, shut up, and you're done. Never change, internet. Keep the name calling up. Let's see. Pipkin Pippa Simp. I think he's trying to say simp. Simp much, LM? Didn't know you like rabbits. Listen, I like all the based waifus, no matter what form they're in. Zoroaster channel says, I mean, when it's raining, it rains porridge. You get a bowl. And Shindo says, even everyone they call you the lawyer, you only destroy Nijis. Well, I've only been calling out Niji for what they've done bad. So, I mean, people can get mad at that if they want, but that's all I'm doing is calling Niji. Don Comic for 10 says, quick question for Elon's AI chip. Since it's an interface, would you be able to control your own senses? For example, will you be able to lower your sense of hearing or enhance it? That's where he wants to go, right? So that sort of thing is like the advanced version, right? But beginning is just to interact with technology. But obviously it doesn't stop there. And then Konaton564 says, unrelated, but don't know if you know baseball or have knowledge. You kind of look like the pitcher Trevor Bauer without a beard, and it's throwing me off. I actually covered Trevor Bauer's case because Trevor Bauer had a really horrible case against him. Went to Japan, and he was totally cleared of that, from what I understand. So, yeah, Trevor Bauer, definitely a sympathetic figure, but ended up having very much success in Japan. That said, speaking of success, guys, please make sure you're over here helping out Rima over here. Let's get her to 40K. She's at 38.5 right now and headed to the frickin' moon, clopping to the moon. So go over there, smash the like button. Rima, do you have anything that's coming out that you want to announce?
I do have the Rusia and Mafu Mafu video coming out soon, but it's being edited right now, and I think it's going to come out like next weekend, probably. Yeah, it's next weekend. Okay, on March 2nd. And then after that, we have the Pippa video. Like I have a couple of videos I'm working on in the backlog, but obviously they take a lot of time to produce. So, yeah.
Cool. Well, guys, check out our channel. Watch that. Stay tuned for the video dropping on Russia. And I will be back tomorrow, probably around the same time in the evening. I also am going to have a video. It's probably going to come out as a premiere at some point. I am editing that. It's the 101. It is a Nijisanji versus Dokibird for noobs. Please support that when you see it go up. It will really help us out in the algorithm, help us spread it, and educate people on VTubing in general to help bring a more educated analysis to this and less just off-the-handle comments. Until then, guys, take care. Stay based.
Bye-bye.